Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone for joining us this evening. It is 5:35, and I'd like to call to order our Tuesday, October 17th, 2023 meeting of the City of Saco Planning Board. My name is Alyssa Boutot, and I'm the chair of the board. To my right is Matt Provenzel. He's our vice chair. To his right is Jeff Grossman, Matt DiCiani, and then to my left, planning board member Joyce Leary Clark, city council liaison Joe Gunn, and then board members Rob Biggs and Glenn Charette. We're joined as well this evening by city staff, including Emily Cole Prescott, our city planner, Shannon Chisholm, our assistant city planner, and Lisa Harmon, our planning coordinator. We do have our public hearing guidelines available in the back of the room, as well as printed copies of the agenda and any last-minute correspondence that we were given today. And first, I'd like to turn to the board and look for comments or edits regarding our October 5th, 2023 meeting minutes.
Madam Chair, I'd move to accept the October 5th, 2023 meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Matt P. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote on approval of the minutes, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Glenn? And I'll vote yes. Motion passes with 6 positive votes and 1 abstention. Thank you. Okay, so moving along into our regular agenda, just a note for the benefit of anyone in the room tonight, if you have joined us for either the Blue Wave Deep Brook Solar Project or Amari Springs subdivision review, we have had requests for both of those to be tabled to future meetings, so I just want to make sure you're not sitting with us through the first item in hopes that there are public hearings on those other 2 items. Those will be at future meeting dates. Materials for those items are still available on the website through the link on tonight's agenda. Okay, so the first item that we'll be reviewing is final subdivision review for 321 Lincoln Street.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Glenn.
I'll recuse myself from a review of Lincoln Street.
Thank you, Glenn. Okay, so turning back to the board members who are staying with us for this review, Emily, I think I'll turn to you first for a staff overview since the last time we saw this application.
Thank you. This is a continuation of the public hearing from October 5th. There's been no new information from either departmental reviewers or from peer reviewers at this point. There was information from the applicant that was included in the meeting packet, as well as some public comment that we also included in the meeting packet. In the back of the room is additional correspondence for the meeting packet that we made copies of that's available again in the back of the room. We will also be posting that to the More section of the web page along with anything else that we received this evening. Our planning department review memo provides links and information as to where preliminary subdivision review, site plan, and conditional use review materials reviewed by the planning board from September 2022 to June 29, 2023 can be found. And tonight we have consulting attorney Phil Saucer here joining us if there are any questions that the board needs addressed. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Emily. Board members, any questions right now for city staff regarding the application with the materials that have been included in tonight's packet? Okay, not hearing any questions. So at our last meeting, we did hold a public hearing that went from about 6:30 to 9:30 when we adjourned. We did vote to continue the hearing because we had voted to end our meeting at 9:30, and so we also made a motion at that time to continue the public hearing to this evening.
Madam Chair, I move to reopen the public hearing.
I'll second it.
Thank you for the motion, Rob, and thank you for the second, Jeff. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote on reopening the hearing, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to reopen the public hearing on this item, which again is a final subdivision review for 321 Lincoln Street, which is map 52, lot 19 in the MDR zone. If you've joined us this evening to speak on this item, you're welcome to come forward now and just start with your name and address for the record. As with any hearing that's been continued, I do sometimes suggest that we start with folks in the room who didn't have a chance to speak at the last meeting, and we're hoping to, just so we can make sure we can have time for them. So whoever would like to get us started can come forward. Thanks.
Frank McLaughlin, 13 Miranda Circle. So I've been a resident of the neighborhood for about 22 years and seen a fair share of small developments go into the neighborhood and be successfully integrated. Saco's a great place to live. I can understand why a lot of people would want to be here. But I think you have to squint pretty hard at this project to see where it fits into the neighborhood that we have. And from the residents that were at the last meeting, were adamant about it not being appropriate. The conversation about the traffic, I think, really is that their lived experience every day is much, much different than whatever the experts said about what the impact of this development will have on the neighborhood. And, when an expert's opinion doesn't jive with your everyday experience, then the expert's opinion really becomes a little bit of a, you wonder how they arrive at those things. The fact that it was up for a vote once before, or similar, I'm sure they're not identical, but that it's up again makes me think that, the board or the city or whatever thinks that this is an appropriate use of this land, and whereas the residents in the area kind of don't think that. And so there's kind of a disconnect there, and I would hope that when and if this comes up to a vote, that folks would explain why it isn't appropriate, well, how it makes the neighborhood stronger, how it makes the neighborhood better, how it improves the community, because I'm not getting that with 320 rental units in that particular location. A lot of times it seems like in zoning we get, and I had a little bit of experience in 2008 in back of Miranda Circle. There was going to be a little subdivision that was put in there. So I understand, the developers that want to come in and develop, and that's what they do, and people want to live here, and I understand that as well. But we kind of get tied up in does it meet all the requirements of the zoning area, and miss the bigger question of will it fundamentally change the neighborhood? Will it fundamentally make it different for the people that are living there? And if the answer to that is yes, I think that in the end, the last zoning board really kind of made a qualitative decision rather than a quantitative decision. Do all the numbers fit to, did we follow everything? Did we dot every I? Did we cross every T? That's really where I'm at on this, is that you could do all those things. You could dot every I, cross every T, and have everything. You guys are all pros, so is the developer, I'm sure. So I wouldn't expect there's any mistakes in the application or any of those sort of things, but that leaves the question to become, is it appropriate? How does it make the neighborhood better? Is there an overarching need for the city to have, these kind of things? And if it is, then, what's that discussion about? Whether votes were taken or, whatever the prior discussions have been, I really think the fundamental question is that, which is, how does it make our neighborhood better? How does it make our city better? Not does it meet all the requirements of the particular zoning regulations of the area. Furthermore, rental units, when you look at both Biddeford and Saco, which have always, since I moved here, they've always been the kind of twin cities kind of a deal. And they move in lockstep, and there's just a tremendous amount of rental units coming on the market, a lot of it very expensive. You go down to lofts at the levee down there and take a look at their website and see what the rents are for that. I mean, that's 2,000, I mean, you're probably going to lay down $5,000 or $6,000 to get on the door. First month's rent, last month's rent, security deposit. You know, I wonder how many guys that are, folks that are working in the area and the different kind of manufacturing environments we have can come up with that kind of money to live in a place like that. And I don't know what the rents are for this particular, and that's not really the discussion, but it's really more about, you know, where are the residential units? I know when we were developing in back of my property, I'd say, well, okay, yeah, you develop, that's the way it is. There'll be 8 or 10 or 15, you know, houses back there, and no, it turned out it was condos and at a much greater density than what was I thought it would be appropriate back there. But also, you know, I'll finish up, is that, you know, once we open the door for this kind of a large-scale development, there's other lots in that area, right across the street, I believe, on Bradley. That would be, I would imagine if a developer came in and did the groundwork and laid the groundwork and, you know, did the appropriate work, that would be just as equally acceptable to build on at that same scale. Because once that scale is there, then, you know, the ground's been broken and it's been established. So I would hope the planning board would vote no on this, and thank you.
I am Dimitra Vulgari. I live on 21 Cherryfield Avenue. With all due respect to the previous speaker, I would like to mention that in the last meeting we had here on October 5th, there was mention of many mistakes that were made in this whole process. And they were extensively detailed. Traffic-wise, we have killed this subject. We have talked so much about it, but my personal experience, trying to get out of Tasker to North Street, it's a 20-25 minute delay when the school is on and the school buses drop off kids and the parents drop off kids. If I decide to step out of the lane and get ahead, I risk to get a ticket. If I stay in the lane, I risk to get a disciplinary action from work because I'm constantly late. Aside from that, last time we were here, someone spoke of a development in Brunswick, the landing, and today I had a patient in Brunswick, and I decided to take my lunch and drive through. Now, I understand that this developer is not responsible for all the units there. But driving through, I couldn't help but notice or think, every single developer here is contributing to the situation I witnessed, which was 4 to 5, 4 maybe, floor buildings, very wide. They looked like cookie cutter buildings. They looked like matchboxes put in different angles from one another. The place was, there was a lot of excavation. All the green place or spaces that were there, they were there from the base, from before, because when the base existed, there were roads, there were sidewalks, and some housing, because people who worked at the base lived there. But I used to work in Brunswick at Midcoast Hospital when all of this was being discussed. And I read the literature. And the literature was that there will be so much green space, and we will do so many wonderful things. When you walk in, you will think, or drive through, you will think it's like going through a park. Well, the place is desolate. A playground completely empty. Some businesses that are there, they are repurposed buildings from what the base was, and I'm sure they have been beautified some. That's not my opinion. A very dear friend by the name Cynthia Arnold bought there 5 years ago, and she told me there is so much development that she's afraid to leave her little pod of condominiums where she lives at. And that's what you see. You see little pods, and they have a little grass area, and you think this was a whole base. People walked in and out and drove and worked. It's impossible that there is no space for green spaces, for a better development. I thought I was driving through a ghost town, and I know that people live there. But the way this community, the landing, has been developed is not matching what all the developers, whomever and however were advocating for or advertising at the time. And so coming here tonight, because today I specifically drove through the landing because I knew I was coming here tonight, and I wanted to have a personal view of what another person spoke of here. She spoke about the landing in Brunswick and another development in Westbrook. And I thought, I'll go look at it. And coming here tonight, I thought, I hope we do not get that in Saco. So please vote no. The last time we were here, we received so much information that was based on facts. It was not emotional, it was factual. And I ask you to not dismiss anyone or anything of the information you got last time here. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is William Zafferson, and I reside at 1 Cortlandt Circle, and I am also a member of the Greek Church, and I've also been duly authorized to speak on behalf of that body. So over the past several months, you've heard from abutters, concerned citizens, and members of different city committees about the impact that the Lincoln Village will have on this neighborhood and the city in general. Let me revisit those areas of concern. Excessive traffic. Is it commensurate with the surrounding neighborhood? What are the environmental concerns? The impact to schools and other city services, the water pressure in the area, stormwater management, and the economic impact on residential property values in that area. As I look back at these meetings, I think that you were given some bad advice by Attorney Tim Murphy in the preliminary hearings when he raised that the threat of litigation by the developer surrounding definitive findings of fact that caused the reversal, which actually caused the reversal of a vote. At that time, you only had specific information provided by the developer, and that information was in front of you in which to make decisions. The previous speaker also just spoke, well, we were just checking off boxes, and I think the question was, really should have been, would our vote have made the city a better place? While the developer might have worked with many well-respected entities, and even the city has even hired those same groups to provide services to the city, they had a fundamental duty of obligation to the person who was paying them, which was the developer. They are not independent. So what you have in front of you is hours of testimony and information that was provided either in advance of the meetings and or at the meetings themselves. And they were provided by residents and by local committees such as the Conservation Committee and the Pedestrian Safety Committees. The information that was presented must also be considered in determining the acceptability of this project. In addition, there are relevant considerations and reason why a decision to not approve is part of the defense of a decision not to grant approval. So what I am saying is you need to take into consideration the concerns that have been raised by the residents. There are recent examples where decisions were reversed in other municipalities when residents' concerns were not fully considered and applied to this process. One very large item that I'm having a very hard time grasping is how this project received preliminary approval surrounding traffic concerns. This was one of the findings of fact when the Flatley Company, which was proposing a substantially similar number of units and was not approved. This item is not getting that same recognition now. Lincoln Village will have more bedrooms, therefore more cars, and therefore more impact. But at the preliminary review, that item was discounted and preliminary approval was still granted. I am not anti-development, by the way. I am a banker by trade, and I finance housing. If you look at the development that is happening on Route 1 near the Saco-Scarborough line, you have several large housing complexes being built with limited negative opinion. Those units border a 4-lane road that is clearly equipped to handle the northbound and southbound traffic with minimal impact. Placing Lincoln Village in the middle of this neighborhood will have a detrimental impact to the community. I am a big proponent of being able to control the controllables. And I know that we have heard mention about developments that have happened in Biddeford and that either they've been built or they are proposed housing, and you cannot control that. However, you can control what is being applied and being generated in the city of Saco. I find it ironic that to date, based on the preliminary meetings, more weight has been placed on the developer's submission than the residents who have voiced their concerns. Keep in mind that the developer is here to build a project that will generate profits for him and his constituents, while the residents have expressed considerable concern for the impact it will have on them personally and in our community. Your role is to make sure those different elements are balanced and do no harm to the residents. The recent grievance petition, which was signed by 172 residents of Saco, is clearly a cry to all of you to make sure that our local interests are protected. As volunteers, I urge you to revisit your past decisions and not duplicate an error in providing final approval for this project. So at this time, given these considerations, I would ask that you not approve the Lincoln Village subdivision as it's been presented. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name's Karen Reardon. I live at 7 Hemlock Drive. As a young person, I grew up on Maple and Tasker Streets. My parents had a home there until 2017. And I've seen the development of that area. When I was a kid, if you lived on Garfield Street, it was considered living up country. To this day, you know, I've seen what the last 25 and a half years I've lived on Hemlock Drive and seen how the volume of traffic has just gotten greater and greater and greater. There was a period of time where I lived in Massachusetts and New York City, and I know why the people from, you know, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York like to come to Maine. It is a relief to get out of all of that traffic, all of those people who are all crunched in together. For you, I don't have all the details of other things. I just know that I've been almost a lifelong resident of Saco, Maine, and I hate to see the complexion of our community change into something that looks like, you know, Stoneham, Mass, or northern New Jersey. And the density is what we can't handle. Trying to get out, when I worked at South Portland High School every day, trying to get out and get to school on time, as that lady mentioned about her work situation, was such a challenge getting out of the end of Garfield Street. Or if you went down to Shattucky Road, trying to get out at that end. It's just unbelievable and a relief since I've retired to not have to do that every morning. You know, I hate to see it. It's not about speed on Garfield Street. It's just the volume of traffic and the density in that neighborhood. It's not conducive to what I always thought Saco was, and I would like to see. I know we're growing, and we have to have you know, housing. I mean, that is the thing today all over Maine. But I would like us to try to do it in a really well thought out, crafted way. Not that you haven't worked hard on this, but I think we're missing something here. I think we really need to think about what do we want our city of Saco to be as we move forward, because once we let it go, let it out of the bag, so to speak, we are not going to get that back. You know, we just won't get that back. And I hate to see that change, because we have a wonderful city, but I just don't want to see it just become so overpopulated, and particularly in that area, you know, trying to get out of the end of Garfield, Tasker, Franklin, all of those streets. It's really challenging. As the first gentleman said, you know, we're the ones who live it every day, and to see that happening is disappointing. So I hope you'll strongly consider not moving this project forward. And while I understand that people want to develop that space, if we can do it in a manner that is not so densely populated. I mean, already I live in a neighborhood that it's not uncommon to have people with 4 cars in their driveway. And, you know, these are single-family homes. If you think of all of these other buildings that you want to put up, condos and everything like that, our streets are not built to handle that volume of traffic. So please reconsider moving this forward, and thank you very much.
Once again, if you've joined us this evening and you weren't able to speak at the last meeting, I was welcoming those residents up here first. Make sure you had time to speak tonight.
Hello, my name is Judy White, and I live on Tasker Street. And I can tell you that the traffic is definitely a problem. The City of Saco has known it for a long time. They have suggested various things to do, like one-way street and all this stuff, for Fairfield, well, whatever the Armory's on, and Tasker. Already they had to block off going one way on, not Chattagee, the next one up. Sorry, no good with names. And last meeting, it was mentioned that we would use lights and cones to handle the traffic. Well, that's smoke and mirrors, folks. There's cones down the end of Tasker Street, and it causes disruption, and it impedes traffic, and it's just a mess. Traffic has got to be considered as well. I hope you folks are considering us that have to put up with this. As bad enough as it is. I don't think the school is going to go any place too soon, because they just put a new building on the property. We got people halfway up the street, which is where I live, waiting to either drop off or pick up their children. And to get off, you either go around, get out of Tasker Street, you go around, or you go on the wrong side of the street. It's that bad, even with the cones. Also, you have to consider the fire department. It's not uncommon to have emergency vehicles go down Tasker. That's great, but you get more people in there, and it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare, and you have to live it to appreciate it. And I do agree that I would hope that you would take people's that live there, their consideration into, you would consider their feelings in all this and what they have to put up with and what they're going to have to give up. It's just not fun, folks. I've lived there 40-some-odd years. It's not fun. And to put that many people, and of course it's a straightaway and it's right towards the turnpike, and which leads me to a question. What roads are the construction vehicles going to drive on?
We take notes of questions, and then we speak with the applicant after the public hearing. So I'll make a note that you're asking that.
Thank you. And also, as far as going back to the cones, what do you do in the winter when they have to remove them for snow plowing? So you can wipe the cones right out of the picture on that one. I guess that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Board and everyone in the room. My name is Beth Johnston, and I live at 62 Pleasant Street. Excuse me. The Lincoln Village would be a village inside of the city of Saco, yes, but it would not be inside of a bubble. It would funnel, I guess this might be a somewhat accurate number, something in the neighborhood of 700 more cars onto our already overcrowded major arteries in Saco and Biddeford and Old Orchard Beach and the main turnpike. Is there any resident in this room who really wants to deal with more traffic, more danger? Road rage is at an all-time high. And the most vulnerable are actually pedestrians. I used to say that if you had a license, you should spend at least 1 hour a month as a pedestrian in a well-populated area. So try being a pedestrian in the city of Saco right now. It is not the user-friendly place that you've been told. This is my opinion and my observation of things in the past. I don't believe the developers ever come into a community to better the lives of the current residents, often long-term residents of that community. Although I suspect that probably everybody here has heard a developer claim that that was the case in the past. That the development will bring new tax dollars, new opportunity, and prosperity to the members of that community. I think it's a fairly well-established fact that residential development never actually pays for itself because of the cost of the services that go to those residents. So, on the contrary, I think developers come into a community with the single goal of making money and purchasing, yes, or renting or whatever, some portion of our city's land to do that. So, planning board members, you've heard a whole lot of testimony in the last 2 sessions from people who've done a lot of research, just private citizens who are fighting for their quality of life, to at least maintain what we currently have. And as others have said, we are your customers. So I would encourage you, please, to do the right thing for a variety of reasons and not let this proposal go through as it's currently planned. Thank you.
Anyone else who hasn't had a chance to speak yet who wishes to come forward? Mike, we had you at the last meeting, right? Did you speak at the last meeting? I did. I'm just going to make sure we're catching everyone for a first time first, and then I won't forget you. Anyone else who didn't speak at the last meeting who came tonight to speak? Yep.
If
Couple more.
anyone needs us to bring a microphone to them, just raise your hand and we will walk a mic to you.
My name's Jessica Hauser. I live at 20 Skyline Drive.
We just bought a house here last August, and it was the charm of the community. I didn't grow up here, but it was the charm, the area. We live across the street, we have a house, and then all the woods that you talk about, this development. The traffic here is horrible, and I hardly drive anymore because of the traffic. And when we do try to go to Biddeford, we take 95 half the time to avoid all the traffic on the side streets. It's always a adventure, I guess, to find a way to get to where you want to go without sitting at a light 2 or 3 times going through it. I've also come from a small hometown, and like I said, I didn't grow up here, but I've seen developers come into a small area, a charming area, and make these promises, and it turns into something bigger than what you ever thought it was. I've had a marine park that I grew up at, and it was beautiful. And the developer, the financial park was having problems. Developer came in, said they kept it all the same. And then after they came in, they tore everything down. And there was like the only thing left standing. The hotel was gone, the restaurant was gone. Only thing left was the dolphins. And then they rented them to SeaWorld. So our local beaches, we no longer had access to. And I do believe I heard something about there's a trail that they're talking about having access, or a toll or something. When the developers came in, they said the same thing. And the street I lived on, that I could go to the beach a half mile down the road, no longer had access. Like there was a walkway to get there, but there was nowhere for you to park. You were no longer allowed on our beaches anymore. I just hope that you guys take consideration of everything that all these people are saying, because it really does have a big impact on the town and the people that are here and the people that are moving here. I mean, this is huge. This is really huge, and it doesn't sound like something of that size. I'm all for growth, but something of that size, the streets, the schools, the healthcare system, I don't think Saco's ready for that. I don't think that's what Saco's. That's not why I moved here. So, thank you.
My name is Larry Cloutier. I live at 148 Boom Road. I came here to the last meeting and was going to come up and make a little speech, but when I went home, I told my wife I was too nervous to get up here. So I can't go back this week and tell her I was too nervous again, so I'm going to say my thing. So I'm not totally against the project. I just think it's too big for where the location is. So if it was smaller, I guess it's wishful thinking that piece of land's going to be woods for the rest of my lifetime. I think there's something that's going to go in here. I just think that this is too big for that area. I just tried to put it in perspective. I went down, and I don't know if I get 100% accurate, but I went down Hill Street and Maple Street and tried to count all the units in just in those 2 streets here, and I come up with like 122. So this project's like 3 times the size of that. So I was kind of putting that into perspective and saying, oh, this is like way too big. And when I heard this project was going up and they said 300 and something units, I said, saying, holy crap, that's like way big for that. So then I don't know what it's going to do to all the services too, like the schools and stuff. So, I mean, it seems like we build stuff and then worry about the other stuff after. I think we need to worry about the housing and get the schools bigger if we're going to take housing in. I know that's all over the news for the last year or so. Get more housing, but the schools are busting at the seams and the services are busting at the seams, and you can't even get people to work anymore anyways. In most places, you're low staff, so that's another hindrance too. So I came up and spoke, so I said my piece, but I just think it's too big for that area. So if they scaled it down, I wouldn't be against it, but I just think it's too big, so thank you.
Anyone else who hasn't spoken? The last meeting that wishes to speak tonight? Sue, did we have you at the last meeting? I can't remember. No, okay.
No. Hi, I'm Sue Littlefield, 171 Simpson Road. I've been rereading William Caney's letters to you, and he made so many really good points about how this project really does not fit into the comprehensive plan, especially in the in-town medium density. It's just out of character. You really can't explain it any other way. And especially also natural resources, which should have been looked at and protected much better than this plan offers. I think you have the right to ask the developers to do this and make adjustments. So, thank you.
Okay, board members, I think we've reached the end of new folks that wanted to speak tonight that weren't with us last meeting. We do have at least one that, do we have a new one? Hold on. So in a minute, we'll be talking about the speakers who wish to speak again, board members. So.
My name is Maria Strumsky, and I was born in Saco. Yes, there was a hospital in Saco many years ago. I'm an active member of the St. Demetrius Church on 186 Bradley Street. I also work at IDEX Laboratories for 20 years now. So why is that important? IDEX products help to ensure the safety of milk and water around the world and maintain health and well-being of livestock and poultry. Oh, and they also have another large part of the company, the Companion Animal Group, which provides diagnostic testing equipment to test for practically any ailment your pet may have. IDEX products help to provide potable water to places in the world which have experienced natural disasters. They also ensure healthy herds that are feeding the world's population. IDEX must abide by some of the most strict governmental review and oversight. These include the USDA, the FDA, and many other agencies throughout the world. So it's clear the reason why IDEX needs to be compliant to government agencies. Now that got me wondering about the Saco Planning Board and what their responsibility is to the citizens, businesses, and community centers for the people who live in and visit Saco. According to Google, the general purpose of the Planning Board is to provide for and guide the orderly growth and development of the community. This is accomplished primarily through development of the master plan for the town, the zoning bylaw, and the Planning Board's rules and regulations governing subdivision of land. That brought me to the City of Saco's website and their comprehensive plan update. I found we started work on our comprehensive plan. I dug further. I then found that the mayor formed a long-range planning committee to guide the comprehensive planning process. I looked further and found vision and principles. This is where it gets interesting. At the top of the website, Saco is known as a welcoming small city committed to managing its growth. I looked further at the principles for the comprehensive plan and found it states the following items. Quote, design a connected mobility system with everyone in mind by expanding options to walk, bike, or use transit. I believe Lincoln Village would threaten a safe mobility system with everyone in mind. I read on. Grow our environmental stewardship by preserving and protecting our natural and built legacies and committing to green practices that reduce our environmental impact. I believe that Lincoln Village would threaten to preserve and protect our natural legacies, and Lincoln Village would have an adverse environmental impact. I read on. Promote health and well-being by shaping our growth to increase walkability, access to nature, and similar qualities that foster wellness throughout a lifetime. I believe Lincoln Village would be detrimental to walkability and access to nature. I read on. Build resiliency to adapt to future changes and protect our community. I believe Lincoln Village would threaten to protect our, quote, small city community, as stated at the very beginning of our Vision for Saco website. I have attended multiple planning board meetings now that have included public hearings. I genuinely hope that the planning board is taking serious consideration from the amount of concern raised by the public on many different topics. There has been a tremendous amount of public feedback against the Lincoln Village project. These include, but are not limited to, substantial additional traffic concerns, questionable traffic studies conducted not at peak times, aesthetic concerns with neighboring buildings, wildlife preservation concerns, concerns of building on or near wetland areas, concerns of threatening the market value of nearby properties, questionable financial backing for the entire project, and also issues with an incomplete application that should have never received initial approval. So if the previous smaller development project was unanimously voted down due to traffic and safety concerns, then what has honestly changed to make this project different? The traffic has not decreased, and there are multiple concerns mentioned that traffic studies for this new project were done incorrectly. The public really needs answers on how this project seems to be okay now, but the previous smaller project wasn't okay then. And going back to the governing bodies that IDEX must be held to, is it not the role of the Saco Planning Board to abide by the principles for the comprehensive plan, which I have copies of here, as stated on the City of Saco's website? As noted on the City of Saco's website, residents and visitors expect Saco to continue to be, quote, known as a welcoming small city committed to managing its growth to build a better community for all and for a lifetime, unquote.
Hi, my name's Steve Collins. I live at 330 Boom Road, and I wanted to just pass on to the board that there's been a lot said about studies, traffic issues in regard to how this project could impact that, and I would like to pass on to you that an elderly man, while crossing the intersection of Spring and Bradley Street, was struck this past weekend. He was transported to Maine Medical, broken pelvis, broken arm, broken leg, and internal injuries, and is now going to be going to Seal Rock. Now, there's a lot of things that are related to that. I don't have a lot of details. It's just but this additional traffic as a result of the 700 parking spaces at Lincoln Village, the dump trucks that travel the state road to get to various spots are only going to add to the potential for this happening to others. I'd also like to say that at 8:09 a.m. while coming back from Portland on Monday morning, right at the end of Tasker Street, there was a 3-car accident where the cars were pulled over and the police had responded. So this is factual stuff. This individual is going to live the ramifications of trying to cross the street this past weekend. And I would ask you to consider all the traffic information, both the citizens provided, and vote this project down. Thank you.
Okay, board members, back to my comment about people requesting to speak for a second time. It is something I have to turn to you for feedback on. Seeing yes, thumbs up over there. Yes. Okay, so at this time, if you've already joined us for this meeting or the last meeting, and you've already spoken, but you would like to come back up, you're welcome to come forward now. So Mike, I don't know where you went, but I know you're still here. If you want to start us off. He's in the back of the room. Okay. Someone else first. Yep.
Hi, my name is Will Graffam. I live at 80 Forest Street. It's a dead end off Bradley and borders on the Greek Church and Kimball Health. Okay. I live on 80 Forest Street, a dead end off of Bradley. And I've been there over 40 years. And everybody, when you come to visit, always said that how lucky we were to have a place like that so close to like Shaw's is a half a mile away. It was like almost like being in the country. And we never knew when we looked out the windows. I've seen 3 or 4 deer eating on the lawn, coyotes at the bird feeder, foxes crossing the lawn, raccoons, family of raccoons climbing a tree. And I see Saco just getting ground up into a shredder and hauled away, acre after acre, with just more tar and cement, houses being built. I just think Saco's losing, a lot of its charm and character. And I really don't think this fits in where it's planned. And like I said, I didn't plan on coming here tonight and saying anything, but that's the way I feel, and I just thank you for letting me speak.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mike Ian, 59 Boom Road. I apologize for coming up a little bit earlier than I was supposed to. I got in a little bit late, and I thought that you'd already gone through it, and realized it was going to be an hour worth of people that didn't get to speak at the last meeting. So aside from that, I did have a chance quickly to look at what Emily had posted this past week before the weekend, and I hadn't followed up on it since then. So at that time, I didn't see any follow-up to any of the things that I had mentioned about the possible sidewalk and the safety of the kids and a couple other things on the site. Matter of fact, I didn't see anything submitted from the applicants since the last, is that still correct, Emily? Oh, you don't have to answer me.
Yeah, what's in the packet that you saw online would have been what was
So
different from the last meeting.
So it was the same, other than a couple of things. So having said that, I see Shannon over there. I've got a couple of other handouts that I'd like to pass out so that you'd have them, and I've got, one of them is a Google map that shows the relationship between the One Diamond, everything that's going on in Biddeford, over behind Subway in Northeast. In the same packet, I've got a picture of their rendering. They just updated their joint development agreement with Biddeford. And I didn't bring it up last time because they're in the process of doing that because they need a little bit more time. But this is stuff besides the 500 or 600 units that are already approved over there. This is another 478 that's going to be online if it gets approved. But they're doing a Riverwalk extension, so I guess it would get approved because Biddeford wants it. So I'm going to give this to Shannon, and she could maybe walk these around. There's 2 in this one and 1 in this one. So having said that, when you get a chance, you can look at those things. But there's nothing in the benefit ordinance that's going to get a sidewalk on Skyline Drive or get the planning board to make what the ordinance says in several places should be done. All the traffic should primarily be going out to Route 5. I gave you a few pointers the last time of places in the ordinance that says that. And I don't think it's a big cost for them to upgrade from an 18-foot temporary road, which is big enough for maybe a cement truck and another truck, but surely not a bicycle or a kid for 2 or 3 years in a phasing plan. And I believe the MDOT permit, unless something changed in the last 2 weeks, the one that's dated 8/1 that was signed by Landry, I've copied just the first 3 pages for you there, and I highlighted what I think is pertinent, and one of them says, it shall have, before any occupancy permit, the road built through the project 20 feet wide with 2 sidewalks from Bradley to Lincoln. That's one of the mitigation on-site pedestrian things. So they think it was strong enough to be done. I'm hoping that the planning board, if they decide to vote on this and vote this project up, they would add a condition that it's much safer inside, at least get 1 sidewalk on, if not, and then you still have to get the waiver from DOT that says it's all right to wait till the 67th unit to be built before they'd have anything more than 18 feet of paving. And the same thing, I was coming back from the health club and looking at the bus kids over on the end of, I think I've shown you the picture during the snow, and it's dangerous now. It's dangerous to me, it's dangerous to Jeremy Ray, it's dangerous to everybody that's over there. You start putting this project in there, and you put 1,000 more, that more than likely is going to happen with that Riverwalk and Biddeford in there, and they're all going to want to be coming to the new turnpike spur, or a lot of them. Somebody's going to have to build a Skyline 1,200-foot piece of sidewalk for $60,000 to $70,000 or whatever it is. And it's either going to be the city, because Biddeford's not going to have those projects do that. And I don't think the state they have minimal requirements, and that's why the neighbors think there should be a whole bunch more done. The state can't do that because they do minimal stuff to what they think is safety. So I think that's the planning board's time to chime in and possibly do a little bit more. So having said that, I'm working with the Eastern Trail in Biddeford, and we're trying to relocate portions of it through the land that I have over off of Barrow Road to get, again, that same area, Route 1 is going to be very dangerous with all the traffic coming over. If all this stuff goes online, we're trying to get it hung on the railroad trestle over towards Lincoln Street, so that'll put that much more people in the area. Just sat down with Bob Hamlin and Pat Conlon and their whole team last week, so hopefully you'll keep public comment, at least some public comment open once they present the rest of what they're going to answer to your questions tonight, so that we could respond to that at some point in the future. And again, that and the quarry, I believe, needs to be either filled or fence. That's a dangerous thing over there that hasn't been pointed out. And with that, I'm going to sit down and listen. Thank you.
Kelly, do you want us to bring a microphone to you? Okay. Matt, I think that's how they all are. He highlighted what he wanted to in it.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Kelly Archer, 185 Bradley Street. For the record, during preliminary review, motions failed. The applicant did not meet their burden of proof. They failed. Therefore, the application was denied. We shouldn't even be here tonight. Either make a motion to return to the 6/20/2023 vote and denial, or deny it now. The onus and risk which remains solely with the applicant is to appeal the failed decision or to submit a more reasonable application for your consideration. Nothing has changed the 2021 unanimous denial of this parcel as it relates to Section 188-603E traffic. The proposed subdivision did cause unreasonable highway or public road congestion or unsafe conditions with respect to the use of the highways or public roads existing or proposed. The street system could not accommodate the traffic generated by the development, nor improvements can be reasonably made to address the traffic due to the increase of traffic from the development, nor does the traffic analysis address the comp plan of consistency and compatible, nor the impacts on the adjoining municipality. In 2+ years, the street system has not changed. Those ordinances did not change. Traffic has gotten much worse. And now, in my recent conversation with the Biddeford planner, the gateway includes hundreds of more units to now 1,075 units and growing. Its vehicles, thousands of more trip ends, its high crash location of Pine and Market Street, and the impacts on both communities. The comp plan matters. Where was the 188-604 phased approval? I've mentioned this before. It is to be performed in separate and distinct phases, and most of the work shall be completed in one phase before the next phase begins, subject to additional requirements and restrictions, which I believe the reason why we do not have the phased approval, even though that they did do the construction sequencing plan and is doing basically a phased issue, is to avoid certain things. And that would be, from their admission, in quotes, based on discussions with city staff, the applicant is committed to constructing the private access drive completely through the site from Lincoln to Bradley, subsequent to the 66 building occupancy issued. This sequencing is in line with the approved traffic movement permit. Those are their quotes. It is important to the development that the certificate of occupancies are permitted in the early portions of construction while the access drive is under construction. In my opinion, it is not in line with the approved traffic movement permit. The 8/1/2023 TMP approval letter states the permit takes precedence over the plans. Mitigations shall be constructed or implemented prior to occupancy of any facilities. That's everything. It also states accommodations internal to the site, sidewalks interconnections to units, sidewalk connections on access road. Repeat, mitigations shall be constructed or implemented prior to the occupancy of any of the facilities. Applicant provided MDOT 11 plans dated of 7/11 to 2023 and July 2023. It further says, if any of the supporting data or representations for which this permit is based changes in any way or is found to be incorrect, inaccurate, the applicant shall request in writing from MDOT a decision of what impacts those changes will have on the permit. The applicant will then be required to submit those changes for review and approval, and additional mitigation as a result of those changes may be required at the expense of the applicant. Has the applicant updated MDOT as to any new plans that have come before this board after the 8/1/2023 approval, or addressed the errors that I pointed out on those plans? Out of the 11 plans, out of the 75 plus plans that have been submitted in 13 months, or there are other supporting data. Section 188-603H, aesthetic, cultural, natural values, the proposed subdivision will have an undue adverse effect on the natural beauty of the area, aesthetics, significant wildlife habitat, or rare and irreplaceable natural areas, as frequently stated by the ecologist Tom Clack and the Conservation Commission. good neighbor performance standards, the applicant states. It is anticipated that the residential development will not impact the surrounding area's noise limit. Waiting years and years for the enjoyment of the neighborhood will definitely be a detriment to this neighborhood and our peace of mind. Where's the trail easement, the trail plan? It was referenced many times with about 5,200 feet being proposed, boardwalks over the wetlands. Why didn't Owen Haskell, Randy Lubier survey its location of proposed monuments, pins, meets and bounds, the boardwalk? What phase will it be accessible? The applicant is receiving 50% impact fee reduction from Parks and Rec. I did speak with Ryan. It's coming out to about, and this was just quotes, no details, about $220,000 and taking off about $100,000. To also include the trail, yet the city has recently been demoted by HOA docs to permission only. Site plan note number 7 states, trail, exact location to be determined by owner and engineer landscape architect in the field. Absolutely not. The applicant should not be telling us what and where it is until after, nor should only permission now be given. Saco has the right to impose their initial proposal of trails that they did to the city, to NERPA, to ACOA, be a deeded easement with our input. The construction sequencing plan, C-102, submitted on 8/24/2023 and added to the 9/5 packet. Note, number 8 states, upon initial occupancy, the access shall be minimum 18 feet. The detailed note states, an access drive to be constructed in the second phase. Access drives shall be constructed and operational prior to the 67th occupancy permit issued, in direct violation of the approved TMP with conditions. Quarry and wet pond number 2 are dangerous. How deep is that water? Where are the needed details? Who will maintain it? The applicant proposes a 4-foot-high wooden shadow fence on one side, but both need to be completely enclosed for safety, risk, and liability. And almost finally, the inherent risk to duplex number 3 and 4, that's directly off the Lincoln Street entrance, left-hand side, quarries right behind it, which is only about 10 to 15 feet off their back door with extreme elevations. I walked it in my condition. I would not want anyone in my family living in those units. Site plan without that full fence. Site plan, which is ultimately signed by you, the board, and recorded at the county registry, has errors. The fence detailed note refers to C, yet it's blank. See what? What plan are they referencing? Where's the plan on the fences that they have put in on one side? Where is that in the 75-plus plans? I, too, visited the Brunswick Code Office, spoke to officials, and visited the project. By the developer's own admission of 96 Cumberland units, 72 Westbrook units, and 108 Brunswick units, with Mr. Murphy's admission of Mr. Graver's developer track record here in Saco of 11 units, the totality is still less than the proposed 332 units with 720 parking spaces. I beseech you to vote no on this application as it stands. It was no on 620. It should remain so. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Jane Karen, 264 Lincoln Street in Saco. And I wanted to express some other concerns about some traffic. Of course, Lincoln, Bradley, all these wonderful small streets with families, children, people walking dogs, they're very critical to our community. And I fear the increased traffic definitely, clearly, is going to impact that whole community, our whole community. But I live on Lincoln Street, and I do travel other areas of the city, and I wanted to comment about Hill Street. And there's parking on one side, and citizens, that live there use that parking. And it is the situation where it's two-way, but you have to wait for traffic coming one way and you have to go around. It's really a single-lane, two-way street. And the same thing if you go down Lower Lincoln Street, where all the individuals, I'm sure, live in that apartment complex, those apartments, especially early mornings and then early evenings when people are really home, maybe during the day they're working. But again, we have a single lane, two-way street, because you cannot have two cars going opposite ways with that other lane of cars parked there. So I also drove recently to try and get to business across from the museum on Route 1. And the most effective way to do that is to travel from Lincoln Street all through like Thornton area, catch the light, and turn right to come down to turn right into a business. So again, you really can't get to those businesses without finagling that. You cannot turn left and then expect that you're going to turn left into a business. It's just not going to work. So I just wanted you to be aware that there's so many other areas in the city that are not ready, not prepared to introduce the hundreds of vehicles that are proposed even with this development. The single-lane, two-way streets, I really have a problem with, but it's people parking and doing what they can because they live here, and it would be negligent if we just continued to increase traffic and build on top of what's already an issue. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Poda Desjardins. I live at 42 Rosewood Drive in Saco, and I'm also a member of the St. Demetrius Greek Orthodox Church. I've been contacted by several teachers in the Saco schools, and their concerns about the impact this would have on Saco schools. So I'd like to read you just a couple of statements that they've sent me. Hi, Poda. I'm not going to be able to make the meeting tonight about the development, but I think it's important that if you're going to be one of the people who speak, to point out that Young School cannot support that many new families in kindergarten. Our numbers are already over the maximum state recommendation. Kindergartens currently have 18 to 19 students in 5 of the 6 kindergarten classes. The state recommendation is 16. The development would affect Young School, which currently has numbers that exceed state recommendations in many classrooms. A teacher getting up to report this is met with adversity in the workplace. I'm willing to verify the K numbers to the members who question it. We are bursting at the seams. How would we ever support all these new families, and the new school being built is only adding 1 extra classroom per grade for the whole city, not just part of the town. We are already filling those extra rooms with our current enrollment. Forget about adding development of that size. Every child's education is affected when the schools don't have the space or resources caused by overcrowding. They manipulate the numbers. The administrators say that the average class has 16 kids, but that's not the whole story. That's the first one. Another one wrote me, ramifications of the proposed development in Saco. Young School, the K-2 primary school that children would attend from this proposed development, is currently at or above the current recommended class size guidelines for the state of Maine in every grade level. This means that currently the school is full, bordering on overcrowding. A development of this size, of course, will create even more student enrollment. Also, the current changes in the zoning all over the city due to the LD 2003, I think it's 203 though, but I'm not sure, which allows multifamily units to now be built on single-family lots, will also exacerbate existing class side issue. This development, which entails 200, close to 300, multi-unit dwellings, will completely overwhelm Young School. The argument is that a new school is in the works, which is currently at least 3-4 years down the road, will not remedy the situation. The latest proposal for new schools, which voters will be voting on the upcoming months, will only add 1 classroom total per grade level to the already existing neighborhood schools, and still within the state recommended guidelines. At the rate of development all over the city, Route 1, for an example, has 2 large developments currently in progress, and add into this development, along with the zoning changes, the LD 2003, this proposed of this kind of growth, the state not only allows you to project for so much growth when funding, sorry, I don't read very well. The state only allows you to project for so much growth when funding schools when the proposal was made. I do not believe the proposed projects and changing zoning laws were considered. Common sense tells you that the schools will not be able to keep pace with such a huge housing development rising up all over the city. We will outgrow our new schools before we even get into it. Please consider the ramifications of large multifamily developments in our schools and how it affects the class side and overcrowding, and most importantly, how this affects the quality of every child's educational experience. And I just want to say one more thing. My property taxes went up 22% this year, over $1,000. No matter how many subdivisions or developments we put in or we approve, my taxes have never gone down. It's like the more we build, the higher taxes we have. Adding the Lincoln project will put more stress on our understaffed municipal departments, schools, transportation, fire, police, ambulance. Government spending needs to stop. We can't afford to stay in our mortgage-free homes when our taxes and inflation keep going up. This is unsustainable for people with disabilities and fixed incomes. Thank you.
Elizabeth Kramer, 34th Street. I noticed in the packet for this week that Mr. Graver took the time to respond to some of the concerns that we've been hearing from sites in Brunswick, Cumberland, and Westbrook. I wanted to acknowledge his letter and express appreciation for him taking the time to clarify his position. I do want to correct something he said, though, which is that the complaints regarding water in the basements that I mentioned last meeting was from a project in Westbrook, not Brunswick. I'm aware that the houses in Brunswick are built on slabs. The concerns coming from those residents were raw sewage coming down their walls and water pooling in their driveways and against their garages due to grading issues. I also want to communicate that it is not my intention in any way to injure Mr. Graver's reputation. That being said, however, it does not serve the members of this community nor the integrity of the board to withhold information that might help make a more informed decision at this pivotal time. In his letter to the planning board ahead of this evening, Mr. Graver said that, quote, as someone building single-family and/or residential complexes in Brunswick Landing Village and Cumberland Forside Village, it is not my right or responsibility to install or maintain any public or private road or utility infrastructure. Since we were here 2 weeks ago, more people in Brunswick Landing have felt compelled to share their concerns and experiences with us. And one major theme that they have been communicating is exactly what Mr. Graver is speaking to here. They do not know to whom they should address with the copious problems they are confronting, reporting that they are getting, quote, the runaround when they express their concerns. One neighbor reported sending certified mail to Mr. Graver regarding broken street lights and toppled speed limit signs and never receiving a response. Other neighbors are concerned about open construction sites with exposed concrete and rebar that lack fencing or even tape, only feet away from occupied houses and about 200 feet away from a playground. People have communicated their worries about undeveloped lots that have trash and an empty trailer on them with no communication regarding what the plan is for this space. Construction vehicles are blowing through stop signs, they say. Their homes are covered in dust and dirt from endless road construction, and they feel that they have nowhere to turn because everyone is denying responsibility. According to one resident, the HOA in one of the communities that Graver has built in Brunswick is now $100,000 in debt. Last winter, a sidewalk was broken by a snowplow, according to her, and it still has not been fixed, making it impassable to strollers or people in wheelchairs. Leaves are clogging the drains, which is causing water to back up in the streets because the HOA hasn't swept the road. In general, according to the members of this community, there is no one claiming responsibility for these concerns. In light of these testimonies, Mr. Graver's own admission of a lack of responsibility for the conditions in these sites is of tremendous importance. What we are seeing unfold in a similar development in real time is a vacuum of accountability that is causing, at its worst, significant safety hazards, and at the least, very unsatisfied customers. You have before you a proposal for the largest development in Saco's history. Are you willing to approve this enormously complex and controversial project without any reason to trust that there are systems in place to address the challenges that might arise? You have an applicant who, if I'm understanding him correctly, is saying something to the effect of, come live in this beautiful community that I'm building. But when basic needs go unmet, his response is, sorry, I'm not really the developer, I'm just the builder, that's not my problem, it's not my job, and passes it off to HOAs who might be falling into debt. If Graver is not responsible for this project's potential problems, that means that no one in this room represents the entity who might be. No HOA for this property exists. There are no subcontractors or future stakeholders present with whom to engage during this process. You are being asked then to take a leap of faith with substantial testimony that there will be nothing there to catch us if or when things go awry. On 10/5, Jeff Brochu, who has been in your exact position as a planning board member, encouraged you to heed any sense of hesitation you might have regarding this project. You have the benefit of seeing the challenges that are unfolding in a very similar community only an hour away. And if these challenges give you even one moment of pause, please heed that. Not a single one of you has to vote yes on this project. You have every right to follow the wisdom of your ambivalence. If even the potential of an unfinished, waterlogged, poorly managed, years-long active construction site exists, why take that risk? Why put Saco in that position? And how would that make Saco look from the outside? Lastly, I want to speak to Mr. Graver's statement that the people who are opposed to this project represent a, quote, loud minority. Mr. Graver does not have any data to substantiate his assumption that there is a silent majority out in the community to support this project. What we do know, however, is that this application has drawn an unprecedented number of people into these chambers, and that many individuals are, for the first time, feeling empowered to speak about the issues that impact them. I also want to share that there are just shy of 2,000 people who follow or like us on social media. Of the hundreds of posts and messages that have passed through our pages since Mr. Graver's involvement, there's only been one person who has voiced any support of this project in its current iteration. The people you see here are only a fraction of those who have issue with this application. Many of the people who have spoken here, myself included, have consistently expressed how nervous they are to do so. When people push through their tears and tremors to share their views, you know that they have walked a path of conviction to make it to the podium. Regardless of the percentage of people who either oppose this project or who are silent in their indifference, there is no doubt where the heart of the city lies on this issue. Please have the courage to stand with us. Thank you.
Going to offer you a microphone, but okay. Okay, anyone else who wishes to speak second time? Oh, Chelsea's coming. Okay.
Chelsea Hill, 108 Bradley Street. I just want to report that the TMP appeal that I filed with Commissioner Van Noot remains unaddressed. So it's still hanging out there. Haven't heard anything back. I'm going to ask you to use this as one of many reasons to vote no tonight, as there is too much at stake. You have heard from all of the people over the last year and a half. You heard from a constituent earlier today about 2 car crashes in this study area for this development in the past week. I'm not going to restate them, but That's terrible. It's, I don't have words for that. It's what I've talked about every single time I've approached this podium ever in this city. Continued development in these current dangerous road conditions are reckless and negligent. You know that there is a problem. We continue to add to it as a community of decision makers. The city code and the review process allows for your best judgment and independent thoughts and analysis of the situation, and it allows you to take a position that you can easily defend. How many does it take? How many more people are going to die? You can put it as a metric in the comprehensive plan if you want. You could say that we're going to limit it to 1 adult fatality per year. You could say 15 injuries with, a 2-year recovery time. You can measure those things. You can put them in the plan if you want. I don't know how many it will take. You are given year after year an official label. It's a high crash location. The high crash locations have not changed in 5 years. We know where they are. They're given to you on a silver platter by the state. There are 2 in this study area, and yet nothing changes. I can't imagine I've said this before, I can't imagine being a first responder that goes to the same location over and over and over again. The city code and the subdivision review requires you to align to the comprehensive plan. Earlier in this process, I gave you a checklist that's very easy to follow. It's got a yes, a no, and an unknown column. If you apply that checklist to this development, it does not align with the comprehensive plan. It fails. It's not the city's job to mitigate the developer's failure to conduct a feasibility or risk analysis, or to conduct meaningful stakeholder engagement on this project prior to wagering $1.5 million on a parcel of land. It's sad, but it's not your problem. It was a risk that someone assumed, and these are the consequences of that risk. Please vote no on this project. Put it on the applicant to come back with something that fits within the city's development guidelines, and then approve it. Thank you.
Good evening, Bill Caney, 3 Blackberry Lane. With all the political dysfunction in the world, I'd be remiss if I didn't comment on your October 5th public hearing. With all the people willing to speak, it was probably the most shining example of democracy I've ever seen. And I want to thank all of you, because you truly actively listened to what we had to say. And that's your job, and I thank you for doing your job. Tonight, I want to focus on one of your final review criteria, which is section 188-603I, which says, the proposed subdivision conforms to this chapter, which is your subdivision ordinance, the zoning ordinance, and the comprehensive plan. I would submit to you, just as others have tonight, that this project does not conform to your comprehensive plan. It has to conform to the whole plan, not just parts of it. Examples include failure to provide for affordable housing, failure to conserve irreplaceable natural resources, failure to integrate pedestrian and bicycle access into this neighborhood, failure to adequately mitigate traffic impacts, failure to make any element of this development green, failure to provide a variety of housing options for all ages, incomes, and backgrounds. Remember, we're talking about essentially 288 identical units. And failure to consider the impact of this project on Biddeford and the impact of Biddeford's development on the roads that this project is going to congest. There are too many examples of how Lincoln Village fails to conform with the comprehensive plan, but I've attempted to list them all in this letter, which I will pass out to you in a minute. If it doesn't comply with all of the elements and only complies with what the applicant has submitted or what staff has submitted, then this must fail and you must vote no. Of course, I mentioned on October 5th that you've already essentially voted no 3 times because you've had 3 tie votes and your city code says a tie vote is a no vote. I would ask you tonight to reaffirm those no votes again. For over 2 decades, I practiced in front of this Saco Planning Board, and I know the volume that you folks have to go through in rendering these decisions. It's a huge challenge to go through that sheer weight of evidence. Sitting here tonight, you guys are all judges. Just like judges in court, it's your task to wade through all of the evidence before you reach any conclusions. Judges are required to consider all the evidence and make their findings and judgments based on every piece of evidence. They sift through that evidence using their knowledge and expertise. Unfortunately, on June 20th, you received some bad advice when you were told you needed to rely on the experts. You were told, and when you were told you can listen to the public, but really the weight should be placed on the expert opinions. Remember, those are opinions. You were given bad advice when you were told you cannot rely on your own knowledge and experience. And you were given bad advice when they shifted the burden of proof to you to support your no votes. In fact, it would seem that some of you were actually dissuaded from voting no on other findings because of this poor advice. Did judges defer to experts? Absolutely not. They consider the experts' testimony along with all of the other testimony at a trial. Do they discount and disregard lay testimony and opinions? No. Does the court assume the burden of proof? No, that rests on the parties in front of them. Most importantly, judges certainly rely on their own knowledge and experience. The MMA guidance makes it very clear that you get to use your knowledge and experience just like judges do when you're making decisions. You are all appointed to this board because of your ability to reason and because of your knowledge and your love of this city. Being a planning board member is a huge commitment, and you have to love Saco to do it. You should never be asked to set your knowledge and experience aside to defer to so-called experts. That was not why you were appointed. Like many of you, I've lived here most of my life. I've seen a lot of changes in Saco, and I've developed my own knowledge and experience just like each of you. Please do not check your local knowledge and experience at the door. Bring them to these deliberations and truly consider everything that you have heard about this project. I hope you will conclude, like I have, that this huge project does not belong in this location. The traffic it will create cannot be adequately mitigated. The environmental damage is too substantial, and let's face it, they're proposing to drop a mini city of 36 identical large buildings in the middle of well-established single and two-family neighborhoods. Please stick to your early votes and vote no. Thank you.
Can we take 5 minutes?
Yep. We have a request from the board to take a break, so we're going to take a short break. Thank you. Okay, we'll pick back up where we left off.
Hi, my name's Ken Stutman. I live at 45 Forest Street, Saco. I guess I come as an abutter, also as a landscape designer who's practiced in the city for, probably 15, going on 15 years. I know Gora Palmer, I know Regina Leonard. I actually worked with her before she went out on her own. I have great respect for both of them. I just have a couple constructive criticisms on the physical site plan that you have in front of you. A couple things that you might want to look at as you say yay or nay to this project. And one is the circulation coming out onto Lincoln Street. I would just make sure that the headlights coming out don't go into an abutter's house. I would make sure that the driveway is split, right? Nobody wants to see lights while they're watching TV in their living room. So, easy thing to look at, just ask the question. The other question I would look at, or have you look at, is sort of the areas, what I would call the surrounding areas. And one is the parking lot and the dumpster that sort of, it doesn't abut Forest Street, but it certainly has some visibility onto Forest Street. And I think as a landscape designer, a good design would look at maybe taking all the utilities, all the parking lot, and put it internal to the project. And while you can buffer dumpsters and parking lots, it's going to take a little bit of time for trees to grow up, because the standard for a tree for the city is a relatively small tree. It's a 6-foot tree. Sometimes it's 8 foot. I don't know exactly what they're calling for, but it's going to take a little bit of time, right? Nobody likes to see parking lots. Nobody likes to see dumpsters. I would just have you make sure that what's being proposed visually from the neighbor's perspective is all working and can be tightened up. Ways you could do that: add more trees, layer them, bigger trees. Otherwise, another way to do that is take everything, put it internal to the site, and have the back of the house stuff into the site. The other one I would thought was, last couple times back, you had acquired, was it 20% additional trees or plants? I thought that got put into trees, but I might be wrong. I understand that there's 29 extra trees going in, and there's some additional wetland plants. I guess I would question, great that we're getting more trees. I would question wetland plants. Because in fact, the wetland is really kind of a non-functional wetland at this point. It's being kind of graded in. It's very much of a civil plan to make all the water go into the detention ponds. So what is left as a wetland, I would ask the question is it a functional wetland? If so, great, wetland plants make sense. If it's not a functional wetland, maybe the better use of those additional plants is not a wetland plant, but maybe more additional trees or native shrubs that kind of grow up to be, help for the buffering of this project. So anyway, those are the few thoughts I had on this project as it moves forward, and thank you for your time.
Good evening, Justin Hill, 108 Bradley Street. Just want to hit real quick on, as we implement these developments and stuff, are we making something that is able to reflect the community and as it grows more diverse and income-wise. So from affordable housing perspective, are we looking at that? Right now, I think it's almost impossible to buy a home unless you're a dual income household. So my question goes to, we look at school teachers, EMS professionals. I believe last night an award was given to 2 public servants for a vital service they provide. These are people that normalize around $17 to $25 an hour. As we build these developments, are we doing something that can be reflective of the community? I'm sure many people here know this, but coming to Maine in the last couple of years, I found out Maine is one of the most welcoming states to refugees and evacuees from different parts of the country and the world. I think that's a wonderful thing, but are we providing the opportunity to create an environment where these people can settle? Will they contribute to the community? Will they have that opportunity? We need to look at that. The other part is these people, the same people that, patrol the streets, the people that respond in case there's an accident, the people that work at the restaurants, the people that teach my kid at school, all these people that are critical to the infrastructure, can they live in the community they serve? I have a very good friend, an Army buddy, who is a Boston firefighter. The first 10 years that he works in the Boston Fire Department, he has to live within the city limits of Boston. He makes good money as a firefighter, but to live within the city limits of Boston, it's a stretch for both him and his wife, who's a nurse practitioner. Now, grant you, that's a major American city, but are we building that environment for that? So I would say take into consideration that as opposed to maximizing every bit of profit. So that's the only thing I want to talk about. Let's try to make it more reflective of a community as opposed to inadvertently driving people out in the quest to maximize profit. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Inga Brown. I live at 161 Simpson Road in Ward 1. Thank you for this continued opportunity to speak this evening. I would like to also reiterate what Mr. Eon said. I do hope that you will leave the public hearing open so that members of the public have another chance to comment and provide feedback on any of the information that the developer presents this evening. Thank you for that. So I'm speaking tonight in opposition again to this project, and I'm going to urge you please to vote no. I'm stating my position up front so that the meeting minutes, as created by staff, might reflect that. I am referring indirectly to the letter that I submitted on Friday, October 13th, to the city planner and the planning board. I think you got it. It is in the packet at the rear of the room. I did submit this on Friday afternoon at 3. I thought it would be posted online, perhaps on Monday, or perhaps today, as has been done with other projects for submittals that were received after the packet was sent to the planning board, but before the meeting. So I was a little disappointed that it's only in paper form in the back of the room and not online. As you know, this evening, you've probably been keeping track, as I have, there have been 21 speakers from the public this evening, and every single speaker has spoken in opposition. And I just very quickly want to reiterate that I really would like the board, it is your authority, I think, to request that the meeting minutes do reflect not only the speakers' names and addresses, but simply did they speak for a project, against a project, what was a general topic that they spoke about. There was a very long history here at the planning board that the minutes always reflected some comments that were made by the public. And without that, the meeting minutes, in my view, are imbalanced and are not a very good public record. So I hope that, I see a lot of people aren't looking at me right now, but I do hope that you're hearing me and that you could consider that. That would be really, I think, important. and supported by your customers here. I'm going to keep my comments very brief. Like many people in the room, I participated in the comprehensive plan public meetings. I attended the workshops, the visioning items. I did the Post-it notes, like many of you did, where we put our ideas for what we wanted Saco to look like. We came up with principles, we came up with a vision, and as you have in the letter from Mr. Caney, this comprehensive plan is our guiding document. I had mine printed. I look at it. It's important to me. This is what Saco, this is our goal, this is our vision. And if you look at really what Lincoln Village, in comparison to our goals and our vision, this is really like shoehorning a dinosaur into the orchestra pit at the symphony. It does not fit. And you can rely on your reasonable judgment why this project does not work for Saco. It does not meet any of the goals in this overarching document. You might like to cherry pick from the document, but that's not what you should do. It's not what we should do. This is our guiding vision. This proposal does not offer affordable housing. It does not offer connectivity. It does not preserve our forests and our wetlands. It does not offer a variety of housing. Based on that alone, it is very easy to reject this project. It does not meet the standards of our comprehensive plan. I really appreciate your time in thinking about that tonight. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathy Murphy, 11 Edgewater Lane in Saco. I am not a resident that lives in the area of this proposed development. I point that out to emphasize this is not a not in my backyard issue. People all over Saco are concerned about this. You have heard from many people who oppose the proposed development. There have been questionable procedures in reviewing and giving preliminary approval. Specific examples being pressuring no voters on your board to justify their votes, resulting in changed votes and ultimately an approval that I and many others feel should have been a denial on the development as proposed. Additional talk of walking trails is another example. That there was talk, but there's nothing on any plans anywhere. I have no expectation that a developer is going to, out of the goodness of their heart, go ahead and put in their walking trail if they haven't been committed to that in the agreement. Many people here need to see proof that this board is listening to the city residents. We want to have a reason to rebuild trust that is sorely lost through this process. I would love to see you reconsider the preliminary approval and reject this as proposed development. Thank you.
Father Basil Arabazis, 52 Plymouth Drive, and obviously I'm the priest at St. Demetrius, which abuts the project. Two things. Number one, this came to my attention too because you received that there was an email that came to you that pretended to have a Greek name. I am 99% sure, I've never heard of such a person in the area, and we've lived here for more than 37 years because it kind of questions some of the things. Why are people allowed to speak for more than 5 minutes? How come people are allowed to clap? I just want to clarify to you that this, to me, seems like a fake. I'm basically convinced, and I see a name there that is connected with where this originated from, And there are other issues involved there that have nothing to do with Saco or the community, a whole other conversation. But I just wanted to clarify that that is not a person of our community. Anything have to do with Greek Americans or St. Demetrius. So that's number one. Number two, I think to some degree we've gone about this in the wrong way. I think the planning board and us who live and work here and come here all the time are on the same side. We live here. Yes, we all have our particular interests. Obviously, if you're involved in real estate, something like this can be a bonanza. And we have many people in Biddeford here and here that are involved in some way or another. There's nothing wrong with that. But we have to see ourselves as all of us being on the same team. It is not you versus us. And that's why what we're expressing is our kind of stress that has been incredible, which I'm sure has been there for all of you. The sleepless nights, waking up in the middle of the night thinking, oh my God, if this were to go through, what would it look like? And we really need to reassert that we are one community, whether you're on the planning board, whether you're in the city council, or whether you live here, or whether you work here, whether you come here regularly. And we almost need, I don't know if it's appropriate or not, to ask the developer, is there a way you can withdraw this? And if you want to sell the property, maybe we need to get together and buy the property. Because we all knew what happened 3 years ago when the previous developer, the previous planning board, and the previous developer were really talking about exactly the same thing. And the president was very clear that it did not fit, all the same issues. We don't have to keep repeating them. So I would almost ask, and I know you work for the developer, you're not the developer in a sense, but can we do that so we don't have this very negative situation amongst us? Why should we be looking at you this way, and why should you be looking at us that way? We're all on the same side. This is Saco. It's not, I don't know, North Saco versus South Saco versus this side of the turnpike and the other side of the turnpike. So if we do come to a vote, obviously I too, like everybody else, am against it, but I almost want to remind that with everybody that we are on the same side. It's our town. We've lived here, I think many of us have lived here decades, not just we moved here 2 or 3 years ago. And those who have moved here because of what they found, which was what we found many decades ago too, and we stayed. Thank you.
Okay, board members, we're seeing a break in people coming forward. Anyone else who's joined us tonight to speak? Okay, not seeing any right now. So turning back to board members.
I move to close the public hearing.
Thank you for the motion, Jeff. Is there a second? Not hearing any seconds.
I'll second, but is there discussion?
We can discuss, yep. Seconded by Rob. Thank you, Rob, for the second.
So we heard tonight that public would like to keep the public hearing open after the developer speaks to then respond to what the developer is going to say, if they do say something. The concern then is that we would have to then have the developer respond to those comments, and then we would have to keep the public hearing open to respond to the developer's comment. We could go on forever.
Right.
So I just wanted to bring that up, that we can't continue just going back and forth. Or, well, we can, and that's fine. I'll retire at some point, but
I mean, there's got to be a point where we have to realize that things have been said that have been said. So I don't want to be lambasted again for saying that we should close the public hearing. I just think that there's a reasonable pause at some point that needs to happen.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Jeff?
I guess just to speak to my motion, you know, we've heard hours and hours of testimony and comments, and I think we've heard from the applicant, we've heard from, you know, numerous people in the audience and neighbors, and I think it's time for us to make a decision, close the public hearing, and make a decision.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I think, Joyce, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to point out that, I mean, we're not closing the public hearing and deliberating immediately. I mean, we have a number of questions that have been raised for the developer. So, I mean, understanding the developer gets to respond to the questions that we're asking, and that's why I'm hesitant to second the motion, only because does that result in additional public comment? I don't know. But, I mean, people should understand that the developer is going to respond.
We don't have to let the developer respond. I mean, we can close the public hearing and deliberate. I mean, I've heard all I need to hear from the developer, and I think we need to make a decision.
Rob?
Yeah, I didn't hear any questions of significance that need to be asked to the developer at this point tonight.
I personally have topics highlighted that I'd like to discuss again with the developer, but I think what Joyce is touching on is something that has come up frequently at recent meetings as a misunderstanding maybe of just operational procedures with any application, not specific to this application. I know we do have Phil Saucier with us tonight, but regardless of the application before us, we have procedures where public hearings get closed and the board still has deliberation and discussion with the applicant after the public hearing is closed. And I think, Joyce, that's what you're touching on, correct?
Right, and I'm worried that procedure may be misperceived because a lot of people at these meetings have not been regular planning board meeting attendees, and they may not realize this is the way the meetings work. It's not that we're giving the applicant the last word.
Right. Emily, anything else to add to that, or?
Just that the applicant is the party to the application with the city right now. So if there are questions for the applicant, they should be asked. If you wanted to get some more clarity on the legal backing of that, that's why we have Phil here with us as well.
So I guess, Phil, I know you've joined us tonight, and this was a question I was going to ask you at some point anyway during this review because it keeps coming up and we haven't really addressed it. So.
Could you ask the question?
So really, I think as a board, procedurally, we have reviewed applications month over month, year over year, where throughout the process, we get to a point where we decide the public hearing is getting closed.
Right.
There are times where there's no one in the room, and it makes sense to close it because there's no one left to speak, and there are times where the room is full. There are times where we close the public hearing and we continue review of an application several meetings out from that night, and we have conversations amongst ourselves as a board and also with the applicant at that point. And what has come up during public hearings on this application is that our questions to the applicant after the hearing gets closed is, my understanding is it's being perceived as favoritism to the applicant because the public hearing is now closed and we're now turning to the applicant and they're getting what is perceived as last word.
So so you've described what a typical planning board hearing will go, or review process, and I know that that's the way you do it here. So you're required to have a public hearing, right, which you're currently still in. That public hearing will be closed at some point, and then and it needs to be closed because then there's the trigger for your final review. You have 30 days from the close of the public hearing. So at some point, that public hearing is closed. Once the public hearing is closed, it's within the discretion of the board on whether you want to hear anyone else to help you in your deliberations. For example, you may have questions of anyone really, applicant, your peer reviewer, for example. You can ask questions to help you and assist you going through the application and the review criteria. So you have that discretion. It's within the board's discretion. If what I'm hearing is you maybe want to allow the public to have another opportunity to speak after your questions, one thing you could do is you could ask some questions of the applicant now, while it's still in public hearing. That's one option, so that you could have some options, so you could have some answers, and if someone wants to speak, that's one way to do it. Or you could just continue in the normal course and close the public hearing and start your deliberations and ask the questions as they come to you. And you can still, in your discretion, allow other people to speak. You're not in the technical public hearing. But again, it's in your discretion whether you would allow someone to come up to the podium to answer a question, for example. I hope that's helpful.
So there's no obligation on our part after we close the public hearing to not have discussions with the applicant.
That's right. It's within your discretion on whether you have questions to assist you in your review of the application.
Okay. Jeff?
Can I ask, why are we dealing with, it's nothing against you, but why are we dealing with Phil rather than Attorney Murphy, who's advised us through this whole process?
I think Emily can speak on that, but Phil's been through us with the majority of this process too.
You probably saw Attorney Saucer's name on other reviews. He's been reviewing this process as our consulting land use attorney throughout. He just was not available the night that Tim Murphy spoke to you. So Tim stepped in as your legal representation for that evening and for the subsequent evening. I think it was the 20th and 29th. And there was there were one or two meetings where both Phil and Tim were here.
Okay, I'm just confused because Attorney Murphy was the one who's advised us on this whole process that's been going on over a year. And why are we suddenly switching attorneys?
This isn't sudden, Jeff. We've had memos from Phil throughout this
Well, I understand,
review, and he's been with us at meetings, maybe not having spoke at every meeting, but
Well, why isn't Attorney Murphy here advising us?
Do you like me to address that question,
Sure.
Madam Chair? So Phil Saucier is our consulting land use attorney for this application, and Tim Murphy has been here previously. We did not ask him to join us because we did not know if it was necessary to have two attorneys. In the past, they both have been here on different nights, or Tim has filled in where Phil couldn't be here. Also, our Phil Saucier has been here before. I believe he was here on the 5th of September, so I'm not 100% clear why the question is coming up at this point versus when we started the final review again, but I hope that helps address the question.
and I think, Phil, you've been reviewing like the HOA docs and
That's right.
stuff
I was hired
pertinent to this.
to assist
Yeah.
with this particular application, and so I've provided some feedback on a couple different provisions, and if you needed help with process.
Any other board questions? We're still in discussion of a motion made by Jeff, seconded by Rob, regarding closing the public hearing. So we just clarified procedurally what can happen after that, given the motion that's on the table. Any other discussion of the motion before I call for a vote? Okay, not hearing any. I will call for a vote, which again is on a motion to close the public hearing. And I'll call for a vote starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to close the hearing. Okay, back to board discussion. Anyone care to get us started? Joyce?
If we have questions for the applicant, a couple of questions I had were clarifying the fencing around the retention pond or the wet pond and the quarry.
Mm-hmm. You want to ask that from Drew now? Yep.
Good evening, Drew Gagnon with Goral Palmer. I can clarify where we have the fencing if that's what you're looking for.
Yes, please, because it sounds like people are concerned that the fencing doesn't go all the way around, so someone could go around the end of the fence and fall into an open body of water.
So we've provided fencing along the northern side of the quarry, which is where the proposed trail is running down. There's currently an existing trail there. I actually walked it during our site walk that leads to the Kimball Health Center. So we're proposing a fence on that side. On the south side and I guess it's Plan West, but south side and eastern side of the quarry, there's, on the south side, there is vegetation, so we're not touching that part of the area, so we weren't proposing to put a fence in where there's existing vegetation. And then on the other side that doesn't have the fence currently, which would be, if you're looking at the plan, it'd be on the bottom side near the duplexes. They're essentially someone's backyard, and they're almost at grade because we have some daylight basements. So there's really no steepness associated with the planned south portion of the quarry. The steepness is associated with the northern portion by the trail, which is where we provided the fence.
And the wet pond?
And there's a few gravel wetlands, and in response to one of the abutters' comments along Skyline Drive, we provided a fence along that entire portion abutting the property. So it's still on the Lincoln Village property. It's 20, 25 feet off it. We didn't wrap that all the way around, again, for similar reasons. It's completely vegetated on one side of it, and on the other side, there are a few duplexes that border it, and it's only a few feet deep at a 3-to-1 slope, which is really not that steep. So we didn't feel necessary to wrap the entire pond with a fence.
And those fencing details are on the final plan set? There was a
Correct.
reference to like a note on the plan set, right, or like related to fencing?
Yeah, yep, certainly, they're in there.
Emily, have you seen anything that needs to be corrected regarding the fencing plan notation?
I have not. This came up early during preliminary review, but it probably would be a good thing to ask Drew to pull up where that fencing is on the plan set, if that's
Okay.
something the applicant can do for you.
Joyce, do you have interest in that?
To see where it is on the face of the earth?
To see where the note is on the plan, right? And on the plan itself, to make sure it's being represented on that final plan set in the way you just described, Drew.
Give me a second here, I'm just trying to
Yep.
pull it up.
So Drew, again, in regards to the duplexes that are abutting the quarry, those duplexes are designed with daylight basements, potentially.
Correct, yep, 2 of the 3 there, I believe, have some daylight aspects
So
to it.
the grade is allowing for daylight.
Correct.
And that grade continues into the quarry where it meets up to it there.
Correct. So this is the one I had up. This is just the aerial. I can pull up the plan set after. It's going to take me a minute to find the right sheet. You can see this black line right here, which is the fencing that's provided along the gravel wetland that's been referenced a few times along Skyline Drive. And then the fencing down here, this is what's being referred to as the quarry. The fencing down here is provided with this black line that wraps around here, and it follows the proposed trail and I guess existing trail that goes right along the edge here.
So the fencing along the back of those Skyline properties covers 2 or 3 Skyline lots?
Yeah, 2 or 3, possibly 4. These are the property lines in the, let me try to zoom in here, in that really faint gray line. So it'd be 1, 2, 3 properties along there, along the whole edge of where the gravel wetland is proposed.
And then the grade again on that wetland area near that duplex is the 3-to-1 slope.
Correct, yeah, and it's probably about 3 to 4 feet down at 3-to-1 slope, so pretty gentle slope, I guess. That's pretty standard with earthwork grading for a 3-to-1 slope.
Rob?
The green space that abuts Skyline, is that a detention or retention?
detention.
Meaning it's to take heavy stormwater and then it goes away at the end and it turns into a little grassy bowl.
Correct, and there'll be some pretty substantial wetland plants in there, so it's gonna, be vegetated pretty
Right.
deep with plants, but correct, it's
Yeah, it's
during-
not intended to be a waterway that you'd have fish swimming in
Correct, it does not.
permanently.
Correct.
Okay, Joyce, back to you. Any other questions on this topic that you brought up?
No, it's just the first on the list.
Yep.
And had been mentioned by a couple of people this evening.
Do you have another one you want to bring up now?
I think you had answered this at some point, and I just can't find my note on it. The question of extending the sidewalk to Skyline, the 1,200 feet, more or less.
So we are extending the sidewalk on Lincoln Street to Skyline Drive, is that the question? That is part of our off-site mitigation, is along Lincoln Street from the project's entrance to the intersection of Skyline and Lincoln Street.
But it looks like there's a section, it had been mentioned to us that there was a section of sidewalk that wasn't being completed.
Oh, along Skyline Drive, is that what you're?
That could be it.
Yeah, correct, we're not proposing.
I've got notes about sidewalks and Skyline, so.
Correct, and there's a few reasons for not providing sidewalk on Skyline Drive. Right-of-way is not very wide. We'd have to review property impacts with that. We'd have to review drainage. There's also a pump station down there. There's some heavy infrastructure along Skyline Drive, and we're providing quite a bit, over 2,000 feet of sidewalk just along the abutting streets of Lincoln and Bradley Street.
Any other questions on that, Joyce?
No, not on the sidewalks. And just one more question for me is the trail easement. Is that going to be on the final plan? Is that something that's going to be a dedicated, surveyed, established easement?
I believe the way and maybe Phil, 'cause, we don't have our attorney here, but I believe the way it's written is it allows for public use of the trail. So regarding the note and what we're providing with the trail, we're showing the trail on the plan, and the note regarding landscape owner and engineer review of the trail is simply that we can show a trail alignment on the plan, but we want to fine tune that in the field so that we're not going through a very large tree or going through some heavy forested vegetation or some steep slopes. So the intent is we are committed to the trail in that location. It may veer 5 or 10 feet to move around either natural resources or large vegetation. So that's the intent with the trail. We just want it to follow the natural topography and the natural vegetation as closely as possible and have minimal impact along those areas. And it does allow for, our HOA documents do allow for public use of the trail.
In a permanent easement type of situation, or just depending on how the HOA feels at that time? And maybe Phil needs to answer the question since your attorney's not there.
Thank you, Lonnie Graver, applicant. Yeah, the full intent is full legal access for the public to use the entire 5,200 feet of trail system that we are providing. And keep in mind, this is the one and only way that the public can now legally access this land, unlike the current use. So that is our full intent, and we're going to encourage everyone to enjoy it.
And Lonnie, that trail system is something the HOA is going to be maintaining, or are you thinking of partnering with someone like Saco Bay Trails?
The HOA will be maintaining that.
Can the HOA revoke that access at any point? Is that not hard? Can the HOA revoke that access at any point?
We ask. Oh, sorry. Absolutely not. We will, if it's not in there, Phil, I will be happily to put that in the HOA docs. That's that will run with the land, permanent feature. Is that
Thank
answer?
you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Matt.
thank you.
Phil, do you want to comment on that, where we're at with that right now? Okay.
Thank you. And this came up from one of the members of the public as well. So as currently drafted, it doesn't say that. So if that's, and we just heard from the applicant that that's something that he would do, and that if you want to do that, then I would add any condition or require this to be amended to, it's section 3.4 of the declaration. And right now, it's that the declarant reserves the right, but not the obligation to establish trail easements. And so that can be strengthened if you want that to be strengthened. So you can make that a requirement to change that.
So saying that they shall
Right.
create trail easements that are non-revocable by the
If
HOA.
that, exactly, the board
Yeah.
has the authority to impose that condition.
Okay. And Phil, are the trails already clarified in that language as far as the length? And I know they may change on the face of the earth by a few feet,
Yeah,
but
so they're not currently. So there's some, so I can just read it for you so you can understand what it says. The declarant hereby reserves the right, but not the obligation, to establish trail easements for the benefit of the declarant association, neighbor associations, if any, owners and their families and guests, the city and the public, connecting the parcels, together with footbridges, guardrails, retaining walls, signage, kiosks, et cetera. Then it goes on to, have some language about risk of the users, and that's it. So there's no specific location at this point. So that's sort of left to the future. That's something, if you want more clarity, this is the time to require it.
and would you typically see the clarity for that in the version of like a map system that gets finalized when they're actually grooming the trail and working around trees?
Yeah, you
or-
could either require a specific location today and have that on the plan itself, or a general location with the specifics to be dealt with at a later point, but as a condition of approval, for example. There's a couple different ways you can do that, but it sounds like if that's what you want to do, this is the time to impose the condition.
So like a general location and length could be added in there.
Right.
And that could also be something that perhaps like Parks and Rec reviews
Absolutely.
in the future.
Absolutely.
Joyce, sorry, I took over your question because it was one of mine too.
No, you didn't. I'm just trying to figure out how we put that into a condition of approval.
As far as, yeah, Lonnie, go ahead.
If I may, I think we could just do an exhibit map with some flexibility with, as you said, Madam Chair, a minimum feet. I mean, our full intent is to make this as long and as big and as enjoyable as possible with irrevocable legal access. So I think a general exhibit with some flexibility in 5,000 plus feet, we would be totally in support of that as a condition of final approval.
And what about for instance, the dog park and any other rec areas on site? Was your intention to be that only for the owners? Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, we had some questions about construction paths for trucks getting in and out. I think the intent of the question during the hearing was, my understanding might have been, the question was really what public roads, maybe surrounding this parcel, you would be using for construction, but maybe you can touch on the actual plan for the trucks that you're gonna have going in and out.
Some of that will depend on the season and road postings and the infrastructure company in which we choose to utilize, depending on where their pits are and so forth. That's a tough one to really, I can't guarantee anything on that. It's a weak answer, and I apologize, but we do the best we can with every project to minimize the impact on the neighbors.
So right now, there's a chance that you'd be using both Lincoln and Bradley, either or both, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yep.
But to that road point and the access point, I understand that fire department requires pipeline to go all the way through with regards to water. I heard that the road was only going to be from Lincoln into the construction site and not all the way through to Bradley. And I'm not saying a paved road with sidewalks and all that, but a construction graded level road. Good chance you may be bringing a lot of gravel in from the western side of Saco coming down Bradley to then wind through Hubbard and Skyline and Lincoln to get into the bottom entrance versus if just bringing it in from the top entrance, it would make more sense and it would take the pressure off of one entrance. Just asking.
Yeah, so we worked out with the city at a previous meeting that there will be an 18-foot wide minimum paved road for the construction access from Bradley to Lincoln in the first phase. So that construction and that access from Bradley will be there.
Right, not a completed road, but just a road for construction access, that sort of thing.
Correct.
And Drew, during that first phase with that construction road that you're talking about, there would be some homes already built, right, on the Bradley end?
That was included in we had kind of two phase ones. It's really up to, I guess, Lonnie's team if they're going to proceed with the single family homes on that side or not, but we have up to essentially 66 units until we have to completely complete that road with sidewalks and full infrastructure and full roadway width. So it's a possibility there could be some there.
I guess my question is, there's potential for residents to be occupying 66 units while that road is only 18 feet wide worth of construction grade
Correct.
material.
It does mention paved, so it's not like a gravel or anything. It will be paved. That's stipulated on the construction access plan.
Base coat of pavement.
Correct.
And as far as sidewalk potential during that time, or room for, say, people walking through the development, because there would be 66 units potentially being occupied, the width is something that came up as far as pedestrian safety? And obviously, the 66 units are going to be driving their own cars on this, right?
Correct. The associated infrastructure for those 66 units has to be there. So that's immediately adjacent sidewalks, utility infrastructure, lighting, up to city standard. That doesn't include the sidewalk connection from Lincoln to Bradley. If it's an 18-foot wide road, that sidewalk connection would come when the roadway is fully built. So I know it's the development team's intention to just construct this, not have to have some sort of temporary 18-foot wide road. That's just in there in case of scheduling or seasonal changes.
Okay, board members, any other questions on that topic right now? Okay, not hearing any. Drew, we had a question come up about the 20% extra plantings. So those are a combination of trees and other wetland species, is that right?
Correct.
And Emily, that got peer reviewed already?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
And I'm just pulling up here for the benefit of the board, the plant list in that the wildlife habitat, what we're calling it. These are along the slopes around where there's existing vegetation around the site. So these are the more common names on this column right here. So these 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 or so different species are what's included, along with a seed mix B, which is more of a wild seed mix, I guess I'll call it.
Okay, board members, any other questions on that? I wanted to highlight that topic that came up. I've gone through my list. Anyone else? Items highlighted?
I did have a
Yep.
question, and I think it goes back to our June 6th meeting where we had the school board was here and I think TA, the assistant headmaster, the headmaster of TA was here, and I know I had some questions that night about school population numbers, and I know we were waiting for feedback from them. Did we ever receive that feedback? I can't recall if we received that feedback or not.
I believe that, I'm not sure about the feedback, if I received feedback or not. I think what we had left it as is we were going to have a growth factor put on the enrollment study numbers, and that was going to take a few months. So that's still something we plan to do in a long-range planning perspective.
Okay. And then there was some comments made during the public hearing regarding classroom size, and I'd like to see those numbers on paper somehow. If someone has any of that information they can provide on an email or something, I'd like to see that numbers all written out. About the impact on the classrooms at Young School and the class sizes and so forth.
So I'm not sure if the board recalls, we did share the Saco school enrollment study, and it went through the projections at least.
No, I understand that, but again, there's projections and there's information that was being provided by a teacher within the school. I think I heard someone say that. So I'd like to see that information on paper. That's what I'm looking for.
So Matt, your request is probably for the resident who was here,
Yes.
right? Okay,
Yes.
so that can be submitted to the planning department
Okay.
and passed along to us.
I don't know if she's still here or not.
Thank you for that
She
clarification.
is.
Yes, thank you.
Yep. Drew, or really this might be a question for Phil too, the way that the HOA is structured right now, obviously there's concerns just in general about any development in HOAs. At what point in time with the current structure would this HOA be transferring responsibility from the developer onto the HOA itself? And I can give you a minute if you want to come up and talk to us about that.
Madam Chair, may I just
Yep.
share something? I've received an email from Chelsea Hill to Phil Hatch and to me, a citizen request for Lincoln Village development. I feel remiss if I did not share that I just received it, even though it's a little bit unconventional. So if you want me to read it, I will, but I do feel like I need to share that it's been received in my email here.
Like during this meeting, you mean?
Yes, at 8:09 PM.
Okay, 6 minutes ago. Can we stay on the track with Phil first? Okay.
I could get back to you with a letter, but typically the way declarations work is that the declarant or the developer maintains control of the association until a certain percentage of the units are sold. And so I'm just on the fly trying to find that for you, but I can.
Yeah, and we can come back
That's something I
to
could
it,
follow
but-
up with a memo back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
I think in general, like, part of your review was that component to the HOA, obviously, to know when that's happening. Okay. Rob?
I've got a question. I think maybe Emily probably would be the one to answer it, but maybe the applicant. What is driving the need to have the HOA have ownership and responsibility for the roads, the wastewater, and the stormwater? Is that a city-driven decision, we don't want to have those ours? Or is it their decision? I mean, where did that come from? I don't have a clarification on that.
So I will just respond to the pump station and the infrastructure related to sewer is that when we look to take over pump stations as a city, usually we look for pump stations that can handle future capacity and connect to other developments in the future. Like an example of that is the Precious Hidden Estates pump station, I believe, was a city pump station. And that is because it had capacity to take on additional sewer needs for the future. This one is built for this development and will be designed to be private for this development. The width of the road here is 40 feet, so it's not quite what we would normally see for a city street standard, but you can also direct these questions to the applicant because they were involved in the 2022 discussions on the private infrastructure.
Rob, do you want the applicant to speak
Sure,
on that?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's certain limitations with having publicly accepted street from a site layout perspective and complications with frontage and all that such thing. So certainly I know from Lonnie's point of view, we're not offering it to the city, so it's not a burden on the city at all. I believe Maine Water is interested in taking the water main from an infrastructure point of view, but they certainly don't have to, and the HOA and the development would maintain it. Similar to the sewer infrastructure that Emily just said. So it really just comes around programming, I guess, and having some flexibility with frontages and site layout, similar to like an access drive on a site on a smaller site plan. It's very similar to that.
If I may, I just want to add to that. We looked at it really as a best of both worlds for the city of Saco. The public gets legal access to drive to and from Bradley and Lincoln, while me initially, and then the HOA is responsible for upkeep, plowing, maintaining the road, and trash removal.
Rob, any other questions on that? No? Okay, a few more small things, Drew. So as far as the screening between the forest side of the property with the parking lot and dumpsters, there was a question that came up, and I've seen on the landscaping plan that there are plantings there, but there's no fence, correct?
Well, the dumpster enclosure, there's a dumpster enclosure, so the actual dumpster has a fence surrounding it.
Within the parking area, then?
Correct, right around the dumpster, like a traditional dumpster pad with fencing and a gate on it that has. That
Could you keep zooming in on that a little bit?
Yeah, you're referring to the one down here on the corner, correct?
Closer to forest?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, so we provided, numerous plantings through there. There's also notes that in the field to modify where the actual plants are selected to try to match up, because there is some existing vegetation staying there. So the intention wouldn't be to put one of our proposed trees directly in front of another tree. We'd want to space it to create a nice visual buffer. And then this, I guess it kind of shows up as white box here, is the actual dumpster pad, which also has an enclosure on it. So it'll have a 6-foot high, I believe they're wooden on the plan set. I may be wrong, but a wooden fencing surrounding it so you can't see the enclosure.
Some kind of solid fence
Correct,
option. Okay.
correct.
And then we also had a question about the exit going on to Lincoln and the cars that will be pulling out of there, and specifically headlights. So that entrance and exit, is it designed so that the cars are kind of veering?
Yeah, I would say, again, this is an aerial, so it's kind of tough to line up, but the intention is that it's aimed not directly at the house.
So cars would be turning as they're entering Lincoln?
Correct, yeah, and I think the majority of traffic will be going this direction here.
And can you zoom in just a little bit more on that as well?
Sure.
So it seems like a parking area, right? Where the entrance sign text box is.
Correct, yeah, that appears to be a parking area for that residence right here.
Anyone else with questions on that? I'm not sure we've really dug into this location before. Joyce?
And I guess I wasn't clear if the landscape architect was proposing a split entrance with like a median in the middle, if that would somehow force people to turn one way or the other.
I think in this case, that actually puts the oncoming lane with the headlights closer and more in front of the house that's there, so I probably wouldn't recommend that at this point. I do want to point out there are natural resources right here that we're not impacting currently, so the ability to shift it, I guess, plan or screen south for you is very limited with the wetlands there.
Okay, someone more familiar with that stretch of Lincoln might have a question, comment? No? Okay. Okay. Board members, any other things highlighted you want to bring up right now?
There was some talk about the, I mean, when you're talking about the dumpsters, also the parking, moving to the interior, if you could, yeah, I wanted to look at the plan again just to see where the parking areas were. So, sorry, that's not a question.
Certainly.
It was just a request to pull back.
Does
so we
this,
could
does
see
this
them.
work?
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, so Joyce, I had the same thing in my notes, but what I'm seeing is that dumpster area is really one parking area that seems to be directly abutting neighbors without a building in between. Is that correct, Drew?
Yeah, and yeah, the goal was to always have the parking kind of internal to the site and the buffer with, you know, something that looks a little better with these buildings. So we achieved that for the most part. I do want to note we're essentially right at the city's standard for parking. So we can't really just remove a parking lot. We're right at the minimum standards that the city requires. So that's the reason for you know, this small area here that kind of encroaches closer to the property line than the other parking areas, and we've mitigated that with some pretty significant buffering there as well as some fencing.
Okay. Any other board comments on this, questions on this? Okay, not hearing any. Phil, I don't know if you have anything else you wanted to add about the HOA. Okay, yep.
I do know the answer. So the percentage that I was referring to is 100%. So there's a declarant, control period, which is typical, up until the point where it's transferred. The association duties are transferred. The way it's written in this particular agreement is the declarant control period is the period that extends from the date of the recording of the declaration till 90 days after the conveyance of 100% of the parcels. And then it can be transferred, you know, in between there, it's assigned, but upon 100% of the sale, then this will be transferred over to the association. Up until that point, the declarant controls the association through their own appointment to the board. So it's during the period of construction, essentially sales and that sort of thing.
So during that time, up through the 100% of sales, are owners who are occupying and who have already purchased before they hit 100%?
That's right. And so that's
paying
in section
dues, but
13.
not voting and controlling the board, basically?
Right, the declarant's reserved rights are in section 3.5, and so what that gets to is, you know, subject to approval of governmental approvals, there's changing the sizes of things you need to have to, like, for example, if there was something that came up, they needed an amendment, that declarant would still be responsible for that. To operate and relocate construction, sales, leasing, management offices, to remove portions of the property that's required, you know, use of the common areas, that sort of thing. And then once the units are sold, it would be then transferred over to the association membership.
So up until that 100%, because this question came up really about the HOA or whoever is in charge of this taking care of infrastructure, right?
Right.
So
So
if they're only at 90% sold and all of the street lamps get blown over in a hurricane, that's still on the developer at that
right.
point.
That's right.
Matt?
Phil, is there any verbiage in there? What happens when the HOA doesn't fulfill their obligations?
So the HOA has, well, I'll say there's a couple different options. One is, the reason why you have an HOA in the first place is when there's private infrastructure that needs to be maintained. In other words, it's not the city's responsibility to maintain private roads. In fact, the city's not allowed to maintain private roads. And so you need to have a structure. Think about a road association, for example. A declaration like this goes further than just a road association and also deals with the private stormwater, for example, and some of the other issues that are in here. So the association itself has the responsibility. If it doesn't maintain, for example, a stormwater requirement, they could be subject to enforcement actions by the city to the extent they're violating an approval or violating a DEP requirement or anything like that. So the city would have an oversight role in terms of the enforcement authority, but not to go in and ever maintain that facility. In fact, the city is prohibited from maintaining private roads in the Maine Constitution. You can only maintain public roads, for example. So it's the association itself. It could be subject to certain fines and penalties for enforcement provisions if they're violating a subdivision approval, for example, site plan approval, any stormwater requirements, things like that. That would be the sort of oversight. The association does have and always has the authority to lien individual units for if the assessments aren't paid. So it's an assessing type of organization. That's how it funds itself to pay for its responsibilities.
So, can I jump in, or do you have more questions? So 66 units is going to be roughly 20% built then and sold potentially. And if they got to that 66 unit phase and there were issues with private infrastructure that the city was trying to enforce and follow up on, the city then is also able to withhold permits for the next 67 through whatever units?
If the development if it's still in development and there's violations of the approval and the city has all of its enforcement authority it can use, to either bring a notice of violation in an order of enforcement action in court and or withhold building permits or certificate of occupancy to the extent they relate to the underlying approval. So that's what the city would do as it watches over the development.
And the reference that we had during the hearing was in regards to a different community, different development. But obviously, the buildings being referenced from that community were built in, I think, starting in 2020. So hypothetically, if something was in Saco that was fully built out and 3 years later there were site plan violations with infrastructure, the city still has the ability to then go back to the developer.
If there's site plan violations, then yeah, it would be a violation of the site plan. There could be private contractual violations which the city would not be part of. For example, a homeowner buying a piece of property. If there's some sort of defect in that piece of property, there could be some private right of action that the owner has. But the city enforces its approvals and its own ordinances. So.
Right. So on the site plan, for instance, if none of the street lighting ended up being functional in 3 years after it was fully built out.
That's right.
That's then a site plan violation because there aren't street lights functioning in the way they were designed on the plan.
But that's exactly right, but that's also why it's important to require a sufficient performance guarantee for all of the public improvements that are required, or improvements, I should say, not public improvements. That typically includes all of road infrastructure, lighting, those kinds of things. So you want to make sure that your performance guarantee is sufficient to cover that eventuality.
So those things would be in place with this to then protect residents who buy in this development if things aren't being done as they should have been done on the site plan.
And you want to make sure of that, because I see sometimes, and I wouldn't say frequently, but I do see sometimes where maybe a performance guarantee was not sufficient, or maybe even a performance guarantee wasn't given. And that's a rare situation, but that is a difficult situation when that happens. So you should make it very strong, and I know your ordinances already require this anyway, but to the extent that you would add a condition, ensure that you have a sufficient, reviewed by the city's engineers, that would cover all of the improvements plus the overage that's required by the ordinance before you issue any building permits.
And Emily, that's something obviously Joe Laverrier reviews and assigns values to.
Yes, and we have the condition that was in during preliminary review. It's actually number 7E on the packet materials. A financial guarantee acceptable to the city of Saco shall be established, and we require 150% of the construction, including but not limited to utility installation, landscaping, paving, work within right-of-way, road construction, drainage, loam and seed, and sediment and erosion control, and any items deemed necessary by staff or board to complete the project. And then the process to establish the amount of the financial guarantee is that the applicant shall provide the city with an itemized per unit cost estimate, a construction schedule, and other items that are required before we even host a pre-con meeting. That cost estimate is then reviewed by city engineering, and the actual financial guarantee amount the financial guarantee itself is reviewed by this city legal representative to make sure the language of the guarantee protects the city.
Okay. You have other info on this topic, right?
Madam Chair, you brought up the other development. If I may, could I respond to that?
I wasn't trying to ask you about it. Board members, would you like responses on that other development? I'm really not interested in digging into that. I was purely trying to make sure that our representative for our city has protected our residents for a similar scenario.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Board members, any other questions right now?
Madam Chair, I have a few more, maybe for Phil. So Phil, you mentioned it was 100% of sales. So we have 26 condominium lots, and the total number of buildings escapes me. How does that, what's the reality of 100% of sales? Are we talking particular buildings on the lots as a whole? And then is 100% something typical that you would see?
It is typical. I've seen it lower. But I've also seen 100%. Sorry, yes, sorry about that. I have seen it up to 100%. I've seen it lower. But 100% is typical, in my view. I've seen a number of those. I mean, the idea is you want the declarant to be responsible for all of these improvements, to make sure that happens. So, in my view, I would look askew if it was transferred early, with fewer units, to require a minority of the residents, for example, to take on a responsibility. You'd want the responsibility to continue to up until you were ensured that essentially the project is built out, that the declarant is actually doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Matt, was your question tied to 100%, meaning like sales of each occupied
The
unit?
units, I suppose, yeah.
Versus the land, because the land for the condos is going to be different.
Correct. We have 26 condominium lots. We have multiple buildings on each lot. Some buildings are apartments, not owned specifically probably by the owners, or by the occupants, excuse me. So my question, or where I'm going with it, is 100% of sales. So the residents, it sounds like the residents don't have any control until there's 100% of the sales. Is that, until the HOA is
100%,
back to the
100% of the parcels.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, it is approaching 8:40, so I just want to throw that out to board members, but any other topics right now while we're on this train of thought?
Wasn't there a letter that you received a little while ago that you were going to read?
Oh, the email.
The email.
I guess, yeah, board members, it's up to us if we would like it read now or provided to us later, or do you have feedback on that?
I'm fine with her reading it now.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to have it during the public hearing while everyone's here.
The public hearing's closed, but you mean during the meeting?
Public meeting.
Okay.
The email from Chelsea Hill to Phil Hatch and to me at 8:09 p.m. is trail discourse is a great example of where public needs to comment. At this juncture, I'd weigh in that the maintenance still remains with HOA at their whim. If they decide to stop maintaining it because they're broke, the public loses out on a safe, accessible trail the first year and the entire trail the second year. and on because it's no longer a trail. The public needs to be able to respond to what is clearly new information in this process. The planning board should require mandated maintenance, not just preserved access to a notional trail with maintenance dependencies.
Okay, so Phil, the trail easement itself that you were referencing, that was in our packet, correct?
So you could, as the commenter requested, require maintenance of the fee holder, or you could decide that the city, I mean, as an easement holder, the city would have certain maintenance options at its disposal anyway, but you could require the association, for example, to maintain. That's something for the board to decide.
So I had in my notes HOA maintaining. So there was language in there already about the HOA maintaining it, or no?
Yeah, not in the easement, but in the declaration, it says essentially that there's no requirement for the city itself to maintain. So if you, what I will need to know is what would you like to happen, and then we'll make sure that makes its way into the document.
So you want to have something that talks about, like all the other infrastructural pieces that they're going to maintain, that they would maintain this for safe and appropriate passage, or some kind of, legal language, but basically saying that, yeah, you're going to maintain the path just as you would the streets, just as you would the wastewater and the stormwater.
Mm-hmm. I think, and what we discussed with you earlier, Phil, was calling out specific lengths and approximate locations for this trail, so.
That's right, and that was actually one of my comments I had left in the note there in my review, which is, trail is shown in reference on the plan set. There should be clarity on details of the trail and the requirement to construct the trail before final plan review with the board.
Okay, so Rob, I agree with you. I think we're clearly heading in that direction, and this needs to be adjusted again, the language, right?
Right, as far as the maintenance of it. Obviously, as we all know, they've got a drawing on a piece of paper that says this is where it's going to be. It'll end up being close to that, but they're going to change that as they run into a tree or a rock or whatever it may be.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as once it's completed, the maintenance of that should be on the HOA as all the other infrastructural pieces. Although Saco Bay Trails may want to volunteer to help, things like that, but that's up to them, and it shouldn't be on the city where the city has to provide some form of maintenance through Parks and Rec or something along those lines. It should stay within the confines of the HOA to provide a safely maintained path or trail that would provide appropriate safety, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. Any other board comments on that?
Yeah, I
Joyce?
think that makes sense to me. Maintain a safe and accessible public trail that's available to the public. Yeah, because I don't want to bind the city to maintain it, and we certainly can't bind Saco Bay Trails.
Right.
They haven't weighed in on this, to my knowledge.
Yep. Okay, so do we think that this trail aspect is something that we can see revisions on before the next time we're reviewing this? I think, Phil, would it start with the applicant and then go to you for review?
You have two options. You could require it to be revised now, or you could add it as a condition of approval, the required to be added and submitted to, and that's the typical. You have some of those already in there. So either way.
Okay.
Yep.
Board members, any thoughts on what direction we take this?
Phil, real quick, sorry. When we say maintain and maintenance, is there specific verbiage on that? I know I'm getting into the real finite details here.
There's some specific words we can put in there, and just to be clear, at this point, because there is no easement language, because remember, as currently drafted, it was sort of an option. What you've requested, it sounds like what you're going toward is to make that a requirement, and we've heard from the applicant that willing to do that, so we don't have that easement. That can be something that can be drafted afterwards. Where I would suggest putting it in there is in the section that talks about the trail in their declaration. So that it becomes a responsibility of the association. And then it would then, as a condition of approval, you could have some language in a easement deed as well that talked about the maintenance responsibilities.
And we could, if we'd like to, be specific about the frequency of said maintenance.
Yes.
Maintenance in itself is pretty general. That could happen
Passable,
once
you know,
every
there's
10
language
years.
about keeping it passable and things like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on this, board members? Okay, not hearing any other topics anyone would like to bring up right now? Not hearing any of those. Okay, so next steps, it seems like we have something outstanding related to this trail, which obviously Phil just outlined. We can either seek revisions now that we review or draft something as a condition of approval that would then get finalized after the fact. At this point, not hearing any other board questions or topics being brought up for discussion, I'm going to turn to you all and give you options for next steps. And maybe, Emily, we can talk about that a little bit.
Yes, sure. The next steps are the board could enter deliberations. The board could continue the application and do deliberations at another evening with the materials that you've requested the applicant to return with. If the board is entering deliberations tonight, we've provided a guidance document. It's very similar to what you saw during preliminary review, but it just has the final subdivision review standards on it. If the board is going to continue the application deliberation process or the application review so it can deliberate at another night, I would just say probably want to look at November 7th for that date, because we have already put out the October 24th agenda and there's just not a lot of room on it.
Do we have a regular meeting that night with it being election day? We don't get kicked out of this room, right?
No.
Okay. I feel like we have in the past.
No, they voted TA.
Oh, okay.
Absentee ballot voting is here,
Is
but that
here, okay.
ends probably a day or two before the election
Okay.
then.
So the next available agenda would, for something like this, would be the 7th of November.
That would be my recommendation, or we would be talking about, I guess the board has the option to put it to October 24th, but we would just have to let those applicants know they may not be heard on the 24th.
The ones that are already set on that agenda night?
Yes.
Okay. Jeff, yep.
I'd at least like to begin deliberations now. I mean, we have a room full of people, they've come time and time again, and I don't want to see us put it off any longer.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Any other comments regarding that?
I guess my only thought regarding the easement issue is I would like to see that cooked into the homeowners association documents rather than us trying to create a condition of approval that touches all of those issues. I mean, I have notes, but I think it would be better if it was in a document that we could review.
And that legal could review.
I think Phil would be intimately involved with
Okay.
that process. If you're not drafting it, then you'd be reviewing it.
I agree with Joyce on that topic.
I agree. I think it's going to protect the residents of Saco more related to this trail if we don't take it on as a condition of approval that we're drafting. So, okay, so in regards to Jeff's comments, though, it's almost, well, it's 10 of 9, so this is usually the time we're also talking about what time we're ending later this evening. But any other board comments, thoughts on next steps, either tonight or at a future meeting? Matt?
I agree with Jeff. I'd like to, I think deliberations are appropriate. I have a lot of notes myself, a lot of information I'm working through and digesting that I want to get good, meaningful thoughts in. Um, That's just my thought right this second. Timing-wise, I understand everyone's here, and I appreciate that. We still have, do we have to address the remaining items on the agenda? I know you mentioned it at the beginning of the meeting, but do we need to still
Yeah, I think those.
take a specific action on those?
If we get to those 2 agenda items, there are motions involved on each of them.
Okay.
If
Well, we
that's a
could
question, yep.
Table them entirely if necessary.
Those are the motions that are requested anyway, so it would take a couple minutes. But yeah, I think at this point, we're typically talking about an end time, right, and voting on that. So we may want to work backwards and pick an end time and then get into Jeff's idea for deliberation.
That's fine if the board members wish to do that.
So by deliberations, do you mean that we're going to start going through the guidance document one by one, section by section, and go 2 of them and then say, okay, that's it for the night, we'll come back later?
It's whatever we design it to be, so I don't know if Jeff has a thought on
I'm
that.
just wondering what the definition of deliberations would be.
Yeah, I think, there's the overview section, and then there's the final subdivision review. So I think we could at least begin the process, and maybe we can agree to stop by 9:30 or 10 o'clock. But I'd also ask if we do continue it, there's a good chance I won't be here on November 7th, that we not do it on November 7th.
Okay.
May I interject
Yep.
here, Madam Chair? I remember we've used this guidance document a few times on other applications, and how the board's used it is they've kind of walked through it the first time to see if there's any additional items that need to be discussed. So maybe it would be a good exercise to kind of walk through each of the standards, not make motions right away, but just kind of walk through them and have discussion on those items and see if there's anything outstanding that you should bring up now with your notes. It's just an idea.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Emily. We've done that before. I think that works pretty well. That was my thought as a starting point as well.
I think we use this whole process for the preliminary review.
Yes.
So I don't see that we need to go through that. I mean, I'm ready to make motions, and let's move on this.
It's up to the board. Next steps, either someone's starting a topic of discussion or someone's making a motion.
I think we could get through the draft findings of fact pretty easily, just running through them. I don't think any of them have changed significantly, except that it's reciting the fact that we had additional meetings.
Okay, yep. Any other comments on the findings of fact as they're drafted now, which is the overview section?
Are we discussing the overview section here?
Joyce, was that your intent?
Yeah, I mean, we have sorry, I've got to scroll back up here. I mean, we have options in terms of motions, in terms of adopting the overview findings of fact 1 to 10, or going through them individually.
So the draft findings of fact 1 through 10 are on pages 12 and 13 of our packet. We're all in the same spot, correct?
Right.
Just 1 through 10. Yep. Like you said, Joyce, these really haven't changed besides some updates for what has happened since the last time we were reviewing these. Jeff?
So I guess we're given 2 choices: to adopt the findings of fact as presented by city staff, and the other choice is to amend the findings of fact. Shouldn't we have a third option if we want to reject the findings of fact?
I'm sure the board can reject the findings of fact. You can write your own findings, but this is just overview 1 through 10, the process that we've gotten to so far.
So if you wanted to reject one of them, I suppose you could say I vote to, or amend number 3 to provide something different. I mean, these seem pretty factual. I mean, I don't mind running through one at a time if you think that's helpful.
Yeah, I'd like to go through them one at a time.
Yeah, I mean, I move to approve draft finding of fact number 1, which provides that the applicant and owner is 321 Lincoln Street Development LLC, 40 Farmgate Road, Falmouth, Maine.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you for the second, Rob. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote on the motion to adopt item 1, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0.
Continuing in that vein, I move to adopt draft finding of fact number 2, which provides in part that the applicant's agent is Goral Palmer, care of Drew Gagnon.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Matt D. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0.
I move to adopt the draft finding of fact number 3, which provides in part that the development proposed is to construct a 332-unit residential development at 321 Lincoln Street, map 52, lot 19.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Rob. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
No.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 5-1.
I make a motion to adopt draft finding of fact number 4, which provides that the zoning district for this project is MDR, medium density residential.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Matt D. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0.
I move to adopt draft finding of fact number 5, which lists the permits required for this proposal: subdivision review, site plan review, site location of development review, conditional use review, and other permits, including DEP, NERPA permit, U.S. Army Corps permit, and applicable permits from Saco's Code Enforcement Department.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Matt P. Any further discussion?
I have some discussion. So,
Yep.
Yeah, I feel that that the applicant did not receive the conditional use permit. I think when we voted in June that there was a tie vote, and I think that vote stands, and that he did not receive the conditional use permit.
Jeff, whether you agree with it or not, I suppose, I think what this finding of fact provides is just, this is the list of permits that are required, not whether they're correct. Just the applicant has to fulfill the requirements of these permits for this proposal.
And it says the applicant has. And I don't think the applicant has.
I don't see that.
Joyce, it's under...
If you're looking at 5D, you mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Saco Planning Board issued conditional use review in June 2023. A copy of the approved letter is available in the meeting materials.
Yeah, so the approval letter is what he's
So
referencing.
are you stating, Jeff, that on that date that should not have been approved that night. Is that what you're
It
saying?
wasn't approved that night.
Okay, that's what makes, clarifying,
So
that's
it's
what I'm
not that
asking.
it shouldn't have been, it wasn't.
Any other comments, Joyce? Anything else?
I mean, if you think it's useful, I mean, does it make sense to break down the motion into 5 A, B, C, D, E in terms of what permits are required?
I
guess
personally
I'll
think,
stay with my motion.
yeah, I would rather we take a vote on the motion as you drafted it, but. Any other discussion? We've heard from Jeff, we've heard from Joyce. Anyone else? Okay, not hearing any, I'm going to call for a vote on Joyce's motion, starting with Matt D.
No.
Jeff?
No.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
And I'll vote yes. So we have a tie on this one, 3-3. We can either move along, board members, or we have Phil Saucier with us here tonight as well, if there's any questions on that.
Wouldn't hurt to hear from Phil. I mean, he's here, so let's hear from him.
Okay, we certainly can.
So it was a tie vote, so that condition, or that is, I should say, that findings of fact is not adopted by the board at this point. That condition is not adopted by the board as a tie vote. So that motion failed.
So as far as without that condition, without that finding being adopted now, Emily, am I right? We're required to state in the findings of fact what permits are required for this application review?
We usually state the permits that are required in the overview findings. If the board wanted to amend the findings, you certainly can do that. You don't have to adopt exactly what's written here. That's why the guidance document lists or amend the number to state whatever you want it to state. If you want to strike out that the conditional use permit was issued, then just strike it out.
Okay, so board members, is there any question on that guidance from city staff?
Well, I do have a question then.
Yep.
So if we strike that out, it doesn't mean that it passes, right? We just strike it out?
You're striking the reference to it, would be my understanding.
So what I'm hearing from the board, if I can introduce, Madam Chair, is that all right?
Sorry.
Is that we have concern with 5D, Saco, the last statement of Saco Planning Board issued conditional use review in June 2023. A copy of the approval letter is available in the October 5th, 2023 meeting materials. So am I just striking that sentence, or did you want to just not have, we just won't have permits required in the findings of fact, is what it sounds like?
We just
won't
need
have that
someone to
whole
make a
section.
motion to whatever.
My intent was he didn't receive the conditional use permit. So
then please write that as your finding so that I know what to provide. Because right now, what you're telling me is that number 5 is just struck and that we wouldn't have a number 5 in the record. That's the vote that I just heard, is number 5 as a finding here failed.
And I would say that number 5 failed, and the approval letter was issued in error.
Is that a motion, Jeff?
If you want it to be, sure.
Is there a second to Jeff's motion?
Could I ask you to repeat the motion? Sorry, Jeff.
Well, my original motion, I just voted, we had a motion of whether this conditional use permit was received. And I'm saying that the actual letter was received in error because the vote failed on a 3-3 vote. So therefore, he doesn't have the conditional use permit. The approval letter shouldn't have been issued, and the project can't go on.
So Jeff, if you were to amend the draft somehow to a motion that you'd like to make. I just heard you make a motion that I think you stated was just 5 failed and there was never conditional use approval given, right?
Correct.
Matt, do you need any more clarification on the motion? Not hearing any requests for that. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Matt D. Any further discussion?
Yeah,
Rob?
I'm trying to swallow what we're voting on here. So you're moving to remove the conditional use review D from this document. Is that true?
Correct.
And the outcome from that is what? At that point, if that's removed, does this negate this whole process that we're going through right now?
Well, that's my understanding, but we could ask Phil.
You're earning your money tonight, Phil.
Try my best.
You're here.
So these are, what you're voting are findings of fact as it relates to the final subdivision approval. So that's, specific to this. So if you adopt that, it would, if the board adopts that finding, it would become a finding in the final subdivision review. Right, so it would be a statement. So then it wouldn't necessarily undo what you did before. It sounds like there's some disagreement about that. It would just be a new finding that's in your final subdivision review. Because that's what you're voting on right now. That's in front of you. What you have in front of you right now is the final subdivision review.
But if they didn't, okay, so if we strike that and they don't receive the conditional use permit, isn't the conditional use required for this application?
It is.
But Jeff, I don't think by you striking this language out of this finding tonight, it's going to turn back time and revoke that October 5th letter. So if that's your intention, I don't think this motion is achieving that. The letter's already been sent out in the past. We are now giving a Cliff Notes version of where we are today with what's already happened in the past. We're not voting on changing the past, you're just recapping it in a different way in your version of your Cliff Notes.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's right. You could also, right now where you are is that the motion failed to include number 5 in total. So you could also just not include it. That's where you stand right now. Okay. Is you just wouldn't include that recitation one way or the other.
This is why I recommend that that maybe the board considers going through findings and kind of like amending them and kind of agreeing and then looking to see if you're going to make a motion on adoption of the findings. You can certainly go one by one and keep doing this, but I just would hate for there to be some confusion as to what actually was in the record. So I don't know if that's helpful or not, but.
I think where we are now is Jeff's made a motion, seconded by Matt D. We're in discussion on that motion. Personally, I'm not supporting the motion because it will fail to capture what has happened on previous days up to this point. Whether or not you agree with the letter that went out, there was a letter that went out from that meeting date. So this is just stating on record what has happened so far up to tonight. And so for that reason, I'm just not going to be able to support the motion that you made. Any other discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I guess that's where I am, and these are statements of fact, and the fact is these 5 permits, well, additional 7 permits are required for this project.
So the letter did go out, it is available, and it was what it was. To Jeff's point, if he wants to make a change in that, and when we go through the next steps beyond this into the, test by test, and one fails, then that's what happens. And that's what changes October 5th. October 5th can't be changed today,
Right,
right?
correct.
So I kind of agree where it's a fact that the letter went out, and it is what it is.
Yeah, I acknowledge the letter went out. I just said it went out and it shouldn't have gone out.
So then you're just amending at that point, you're amending the finding of fact. Is that correct? And that goes into the record?
Yeah, his motion has amended that
Finding of
finding
fact, yep,
in a way
okay.
that has stated that he disagrees with the letter going out.
Okay.
Which again is why I'm not going to support the motion he made, because we are just making a finding on what has happened, and I don't support changing a finding into our opinion on whether something was right or wrong in the past. This isn't the place to address that, in my opinion.
It's not what should have happened, it's what did happen.
Any other discussion on the motion made by Jeff, seconded by Matt D? Not hearing any, I'm going to call for a vote on that motion, starting with Matt D.
No.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P?
No.
Joyce?
No.
Rob?
No.
And I'll vote no as well. Motion fails. 1 positive vote, 5 negative votes. Okay, so moving on, we're continuing to make motions. And Emily, I believe someone else could make another motion relating to that permit topic, right? If someone wished to.
Yes, or you could work together to discuss amending the language of a finding. You could even add a finding. You don't have to even stick to number 1 through 10 here. You know, we always have 1 through 8, 1 through 9, 1 through 10. You could say number 11. I don't know what you'd want to say, but maybe you say number 11, the public hearing was continued to October 17th. You know, this is your record of what your review process was and how you came to your decision. What staff does is we provide like a template for you to work off of.
Okay, so personally, I would still like to have in our findings of fact for this review references to permits that we have reviewed on previous dates. So I guess my proposal to you, Jeff, is there language that we could incorporate in this finding, changing what's on our page, that would make you feel comfortable so that we could still incorporate a statement of what has happened prior to tonight with this? And maybe it's just that conditional use review per section 203-307 was reviewed in June of 2023. I mean, you're not arguing that we reviewed it, it's just the outcome wasn't.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so maybe we're heading in that direction.
So if we amend 5D to provide that conditional use review permit is required and the planning board reviewed conditional use review in June of 2023? Is that it?
Yeah, I think that's a
Broad
fair
statement.
finding.
That's a factual statement.
Right.
Okay, so Joyce, is that in the form of a motion?
That's a motion, yes. Amend 5D.
Okay.
Lisa's got every word.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Rob. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 for that amended number 5.
So I move to adopt the proposed finding of fact number 5, A, B, C, and E, as provided on pages 12 and 13 of our materials, to provide that the following permits are required: subdivision review, site plan review, site location of development review, and other permits, including NERPA permit, U.S. Army Corps, and code enforcement officers' building construction permits.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Rob. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0.
So I move to adopt the proposed finding of fact number 6, which provides that the applicant held a neighborhood meeting at the Saco Community Center on Franklin Street on May 25th, 2022.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Matt D. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0.
I move to adopt proposed finding of fact number 7 regarding applications, which provides that final subdivision review application and supporting documentation was submitted to the Planning Department July 25th of 2023 and posted on the city's webpage. And the notice of application dated July 31st, 2023 was mailed to abutting property owners in conformance with ordinance requirements.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Rob. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0.
I move to adopt proposed finding of fact number 8, which provides that the planning board reviewed the applications and supporting materials for completeness during its August 15th, 2023 meeting, and at that meeting informed the applicant of additional required materials to complete or make a complete application and continued the review until September 5th, 2023.
Second.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Thank you for the second, Rob. Any further discussion? Joyce, I think my question for you is, are you intending to capture the whole draft finding?
I was just going to say, yeah, I mean, I was summarizing because I know not everyone has it in front of them. That proposed finding also provides links where the materials can be found. And the last sentences state that the board found the application complete September 5th, and the meeting minutes of the September 5th, 2023 meeting are available at a particular link on the city's website. So yes, the entire proposed finding of fact number 8.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Any other discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0.
So Madam Chair, I move to adopt the finding of fact number 9, which provides that right title and interest were provided via a trustee's deed demonstrating acquisition/ownership of the subject parcel and the right to develop it, document filed York County Registry of Deeds, and that the board in its packets had copies of the trustee's deeds, and that the right title and interest documentation were also provided in the final subdivision application dated July 2023.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Rob. Any further discussion? I think, again, Joyce, just to clarify, your intention was to capture that whole paragraph?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0.
And lastly, Madam Chair, I move to adopt proposed finding of fact number 10, which provides in part that the public hearing was scheduled for October 5th, 2023, and noticed and in conformance with ordinance requirements. And that during preliminary subdivision review, many members of the public commented about the application. There's a list of the public comments with links in the October 5th meeting materials.
Thank you for the motion, Joyce. Is there a second?
Question. Should we not just mention, as Emily mentioned earlier, that or does it need to be a separate one where we talk about the fact that the public hearing was continued on the 17th?
I think
good point.
we
Is it
can discuss
separate?
that, but I'm going to look for a second to her
Okay.
motion first. Is there a second to Joyce's motion?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Matt P. Okay, so discussion on that. Rob, I had the same thought, that we add a comment about
Just add a
the
sentence
17th.
Yeah.
saying that the public hearing was continued to the meeting of 10/17.
Yeah, I'll amend my motion to provide that the meeting was continued to tonight.
Thank you, Joyce, for the amendment. Matt P. with the second.
Second.
Okay, thank you for the second again. Any further discussion or clarification on that amended motion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0. Okay, so at this point, board members, any other findings of fact that you'd like to add to this list, or just give everyone a chance to make any other motions regarding this overview section? Anything we'd like to add? Okay. Not hearing any. It is 9:22. We didn't take a formal vote on what time we're ending tonight, so maybe we can do that now.
I'd move to end at 9:30.
Thank you for the motion. Joyce, is there a second?
Could we change that to 10?
Well, I would prefer 9:30, but that's my motion.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Matt P. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I hear what Jeff is saying too, but I don't imagine on God's green earth that we're possibly going to go through the next phase in 38 minutes. And I'm not sure, I'd prefer to do it all at once and not just start and stop. And I understand there's people here that have been here all evening, as we have as well. And we're going to be back here on the 24th and the 7th. The challenge is, though, I did hear Jeff earlier say that the 7th, he would be unavailable. So,
Yeah, so I think maybe we need to discuss that a little bit. Maybe outside of this vote on Joyce's motion to end at 9:30 that was seconded by Matt P. I'd be up for talking about that next. But any other discussion on the motion itself that Joyce made in regards to ending at 9:30? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote on that motion, starting with Matt D.
No.
Jeff?
No.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 4-2 for our meeting to adjourn tonight at 9:30, which my clock says 9:20, just for reference, and I'm going to keep using it because that's what I referenced when we opened the meeting. Okay, back to discussion now about what you just raised, Rob. So scheduling-wise, Jeff, you're definitely unavailable on the 7th or possibly unavailable?
Possibly. I'm in Nashville for my daughter's wedding. If everything works out and I get back on time, I could be here. But I doubt that's going to happen.
You're not skipping your daughter's wedding for a planning board meeting.
No.
I don't know if we could do it, you know, we changed an October meeting to a Thursday, if we could change it to Thursday.
Emily, thoughts on that? Or
Yeah, you
not?
started mentioning something about the 24th, and if we, where are my notes here?
Yeah, Mars Springs is being moved to the 24th.
If we have a 7th only, and I think, Jeff, it's important that you're here, absolutely. 30 days puts us at the 16th, which is the week after, I believe. So only one meeting is cutting it close, I think, just in case. So I would support, if at all possible, the 24th if everyone can make it.
Yeah, I'd like to, can we move the items on the 24th to the 7th?
Yeah. And
I think we've already published that night, but Emily, what is the 24th looking like?
Let me pull it up for us here.
or did someone mention a special? I mean, we've done that before.
Well, Jeff was just mentioning pushing it out the same week of the 7th, right? Just a different day?
Right, that's if we can't do it on the 24th. My preference would be
Do it on the 24th.
what Matt said, to do it on the 24th.
Here's the 24th right now with what went out
This is
for
the
notice.
legal notice that we sent out, so we also post this legal notice online. It's not the agenda. The agenda is not published yet. So we have 3 applications.
So, oh, that's right, because Blue Wave tonight is requesting to get bumped to November.
Yes.
Okay, but Amari is requesting for this date.
Yes.
The Buxton we've already seen before, but the second one is brand new, is that right?
Yes, we've been reviewing that. That's been in the queue for quite a while.
Okay.
Not saying that you couldn't put something on, it's up to the board's preference. It would just potentially be a long night, and we would have to inform applicants that there's a chance that they may be moved to another meeting.
Okay. Or the alternative option, Jeff, are you here definitely on November 8th and 9th? Yep. Okay, there's like no chance that...
Well, there is a chance. If all the connecting flights work, I'll be here on the 7th.
What airline are we depending on? Okay. Anyone else with conflicts the 8th or 9th? If we had to move that meeting on the 7th?
I'm good.
Joyce, are you checking?
I'm not on mic. The 8th is fine.
I'm good for the 8th, not for 9.
Okay.
Yeah, either of those days is fine for me.
Matt, D.
I'm good on the 8th or 9th.
Jeff, how do we feel about the 8th?
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, Emily, any issues with the 8th that you can see?
So Lisa's just pulling up the calendar for this room, and it's blocked on the 8th. So I don't know if the board wants to go ahead and have it put on the 24th and see how far you get in the review process, because you'd be starting this. We could maybe put this at the top, and you'd be starting it first. Is that what I hear is the preference? I heard two options, so.
If we can do the 24th, and it could be the first item.
Yeah, that'd be my preference.
Not to put any other applicants off.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'll agree with that.
And then
Absolutely.
bump whatever we don't get to on the 24th to the 7th?
Yes, and is there any legal concern, I guess, is the question on that, because it'll be, there's no legal notice that we have to meet. I don't see any concern on it, but.
We've
probably
closed
just
the
wanna-
hearing at this point,
Right.
so we don't need a notice for that. We're doing continued review from a meeting that was noticed. Phil, any concerns?
That's correct. You can continue a meeting to the next meeting. You're announcing it now. It should be published as soon as possible, if that's what you're going to do on your website, and all other notification that you send out, email blasts, things like that. But
Okay, board members, are we on the same page with that?
So we're going to continue this the 24th, have it the first item,
Yes.
other items behind it.
I concur.
And keep our November 7th meeting in place.
November
We know
7th.
we may not have Jeff. Okay.
I concur.
So at this point, we'd be looking for a motion right now in regards to continuing the review of this particular application to that night.
Madam Chair, I move to continue final subdivision review for 321 Lincoln Street, map 52, lot 19, to the October 24th meeting.
I'll second.
Thank you for the motion, Matt P. Thank you for the second. Rob, any further discussion? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote on that motion, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 6-0 to continue this to the October 24th meeting, which begins at 5:30. Okay, it's 9:26. Emily, would you like some quick motions on the other 2 items that are on our agenda?
I was just asking for one on Blue Wave.
Just on
'cause
Blue
they
Wave,
specifically
okay.
asked.
Okay, so board members, really quick, we have, the second item on our agenda this evening was an extension request for Blue Wave Deep Brook Solar Project, which is a solar array on a 19.72 acre parcel on New County Road at map 87, lot 17. There's a request for extension to our November 7th meeting, correct? Request to table to November 7th.
Madam Chair, I move to table application review for New County Road, map 87, lot 17, extension request to the November 7th planning board meeting.
Thank you for the motion, Matt P. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you for the second, Joyce. Any further discussion?
We did a site walk of that
Yeah, like a year
property.
and a half ago.
Yeah.
Forever ago.
It was
Yeah.
like way out in a field.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Fenderson Farm.
We hiked for a long time.
Okay. That's
Well,
my
we
only-
We had a golf cart.
there too.
No,
they-
no,
they-
this is the Fenderson Farm one.
Oh, this
right?
isn't the golf cart one. Okay.
Hey, this is Fenderson Farm.
There weren't
This is
very many of us at this one,
Okay.
at this site walk.
tick removal at.
You were walking in the woods.
I was there, yeah, I know I was there, I remember that.
Yeah, we were walking in the fields in this one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just want to note, Glenn did rejoin us at 9:26. Any further discussion of this motion? Not hearing any, I'm going to call for a vote on Matt P's motion, seconded by Joyce, and I'm going to call for the vote, starting with Matt D.
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Matt P.
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Glenn?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes as well. Motion passes 7-0. Emily, we don't need to take up any motions for Amari Springs, correct?
No, thank you.
Okay. It is 9:29, and we will adjourn. Thank you all. Sign over here if you haven't signed.